roads and stuff. And so that one started with a big party at Porsche Marin. So all the cars gathered there, and that's where they got all the graphics applied, as well as global paint protection. They have a new product, new to the States. They've had it in Europe for a few years, but bar none, it is the best windshield protection you can put on your car.
Global?
Yeah, so it's called a Windshield Pro Plus.
I have it on my windshield.
It's great, huh?
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, if you have a big rock that hits square on, you can still break the windshield, but what it really does is it keeps all that peppering and maybe your smaller rock hits from chipping your windshield or causing it to break. Because typically you get a chip, and then what happens? It's heat and cold, and that starts to run and goes across your windshield. And for the cars that we drive, some of the windshields are $7,000 and have to come from Europe for replacement. So, that's a nice product, and that comes with the price of the rally, so everyone has those professionally installed before we start. And then the next morning, we will typically have, well, not typically, mandatorily, have a driver's meeting with everyone there before any cars start. And that is all the protocol, the distribution of radios, so everyone in the group has a radio, and we have lead cars that are typically faster than the other cars, and then we have a sweep car. So we travel on these roads, and there is a dedicated route that we take each day, because at the end of that route we have a planned dinner and an overnight at a hotel or a resort or something. And that's the day, and we'll typically do between 250 to 350 miles a day, and the typical rally will be about 1,200 miles. So, there's a lot of these cars around, and there's not a lot of people that drive them or put miles on them like this. And I think it kind of takes knowing someone who's done this, a little bit of a handhold or introduction to the event. And they are not races by any stretch. And nobody cares. Nobody cares how fast you drive, how slow you drive, what you drive. The only real qualification is you have to arrive with a car that's capable of going hard, and sometimes the heat for all day, multiple days.
What do
So
you consider horsepower? You gotta know that. So the people out there, do they do the thing like being able to take curves and speed?
So the people that have done it before, the people that have track experience and stuff, and don't get me wrong, we're coming off the heels of a tragedy that happened at midnight or 1 in the morning over on the Karen a few weeks ago. And that stuff, that is not, well, and those guys, because everybody gets vetted. If they sign up, they're vetted before they're allowed in. And those guys would never make it in. And shame on them, and lucky enough that family wasn't hurt worse than they were. But that incident is life-changing for everyone involved, and the extended families of everyone. So for us, we specifically go to distant areas where oftentimes there have been, in the 60s or 70s, there's been a highway put in. But all those old, skinny, little twisty roads still exist, and they're still maintained. And so that's where you more find us. And then, your question was, how hard do we drive the cars? Well, it's up to you. For me and many of the guys that have done this before or running at the front, it's kind of as hard as you can drive. Now, that means your brake pads need to be fresh, or at least have a good chunk left in them. You've got 2 car keys, because if you lose a coded key out there, that car's getting towed, and it's getting towed on a very expensive tow. And so, tire pressures, the tire life, you know, there's a whole Bible that goes out before every one of these called the road book. And in the road book, it'll go through all the checklists weeks ahead. Right about the time there's a WhatsApp group that's established with everybody that's entered. And so then that's where a lot of the communications go on, and a lot of the tomfoolery, and you know, it's like a pre-meeting of personalities and stuff. And then within the road book, it has every day laid out where we're going, where we're eating, where we're sleeping, you know, everything. And in the rare occasion, I mean, out of thousands of miles over this past 5-7 years, we've had one McLaren breakdown that had to get towed out, and a couple incidences with tires, but that's really all that's happened. There's never been two cars touching. There's never been a ticket. It's actually really cool. And when you roll into these little towns, because you know we're not going down and going on Lombard Street in San Francisco or something like that, you know. So we don't even near those kind of cities. And yeah, there's better hotels and there's better dining, but it would also up the price of the rallies. You know, a typical rally is going to be $3,000 to $4,000 for the 4 days and then the one night party, and that covers literally everything except for lunch. And some people don't eat lunches, and we don't reschedule lunches because we want to get in, get a snack, get gas, get out, and get back on the road and stay ahead of everything we left early for. So, but we've had everything from $3 million cars on these events to a Focus RS, which probably is $50,000, and it doesn't matter. And it's not like you're going out the back if you're in a slower car, because you can only go so fast as is safe. So it's not guys sliding sideways around corners or anything like that. You know, it's like mountain biking or motorcycles. You're not going to go around a corner any faster than you can stop if there's something around that corner that you have to deal with. Right. You know, we've not. Well, we've had a couple occasions. You come around a corner and down the road is, you know, the old folks campers, and they miss the whatever what is it, Happy Trails, or what is it, those ones they all go.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, so you know they missed the entrance, and they've got their fifth wheel across the highway trying to do a U-turning thing, you know, and again, and then you know these cars also stop on a dime. Thousand Trails, rest in peace, Doris and Frank. My folks used to do that. So anyhow, you know, these cars will stop super fast, and everyone has a radio. So Rugged Radios is a sponsor, and we've got radios in all the cars. The front, like my car will have a long throw-in powered antenna, and the chase car will have one, and there's usually another guy that works with it that'll be somewhere in the middle. So all of that gets transferred instantaneously. If something's happening, everybody knows. And, you know, the people in the front will call out oncoming traffic, or slowing if we're coming, you know, up to a logging truck or something. So it's really, really well thought out. And, you know, my background was racing bicycles and, you know, thousands of miles training on roads like this, and then in traffic and stuff. And you just, and riding motorcycles in the street, and you just learn to be invisible because nobody sees you. And that has a lot of that common sense has translated over. So here's a perfect for instance.
You guys are in nice, like hotels and eating nice. You know,
Yeah. As nice as you can find in places, you know, you have a few things. You have the necessity for the cars to be in secure, not parked down the street in my cousin's lot or something like that, you know. And we've never had a problem with cars in these places, but we also, part of the contractual agreement with the hotels is that we have a certain area that's always right up front, all coned off or blocked off for the cars. And then you don't have somebody's kid getting out of the car excited on a windy day and it catches the door and flies into yours. You know, so those have been all thought through
It
and
happened to be in my car my first week.
yeah, always as soon as it's new, you know.
Walmart, I don't
Well,
know who it is.
That's why I always park in the back, away from all the other cars.
or point your car into the wind if it's a windy Nevada day coming out of the west.
I never thought about the whole thing inspection.
Oh, yeah. And heavy doors, you know, they're a sale. But you know, those kind of things. So I was going to give you an example of thinking, you know, critical thinking on the road and with things that we cover in the driver's meeting.
After we thought, all right, we thought I got to put small font.
Okay, great. Yeah. You want, I can come back with it.
No.
So you know, you ask people, okay, what are the most dangerous yellow lines on the road? You have the checkered, you have the solid, you have the double solid, then you have the one side solid and the other side passing allowed to go over it. That last one is the most dangerous because people often don't pay so much attention to that, or they'll cut it early, or they'll ignore it altogether. You know, it's not a double, and so I can go anywhere. But that's always there for a reason. And out in these distant areas, you'll come over a rise, and you'll have that line there, and it looks like there's no reason for it. But as soon as you come over, there's a driveway down at the bottom of the little hill that you couldn't see, and could be a dirt driveway. And most likely, it's going to be, you know, Ma and Pa Kettle who have lived there for 50 years. They've gone down that driveway 10,000 times. They look left and they turn right, and there you are passing everybody like you're some hero. But there's also no passing from behind. The only guy that can pass is the front car. If he's not, if we're passing a public person, he passes, keeps on the gas, gaps it, so the next person that comes through has a spot to land, and he goes. Nobody gets on the radio and says it's clear or anything, because you can have the groups separated, and somebody in the back can pick up that radio signal,
Right.
and then they can think, oh, it's clear, and then they, you know, so
That's very well, right?
it's hyper organized. I'm kind of a nut.
You're a neat freak, I get it.
Eh,
You like your details.
I don't necessarily like them, but they're a critical necessity here for sure, and as well as marketing too. You know, when if we're ever challenged by, we always meet CHP in these areas, Weaverville or Naval Triangle, and they're super cool, and they know what we're doing, and we're not throwing away $3, $5, $700,000 cars, and so they don't have to ever come out where I report, you know, from an accident. And they kind of know us now because we go through, yeah, no Saudi princess or princesses.
Princesses, whatever you want to call them. That's funny.
So what's the song you're playing? What do we got?
Well, it kind of ties in with what we're doing here. Did you know that there's actually a way?
Could be hooking. Sounds like one of those Trivago commercials or something.
I know, right? Who's rapping, bro? Oh my God. Greg, you want to know how I know that song? It's because I used to have 1,000 Trails membership. It's so funny you brought that up. I was the youngest guy, I think, never had one. And
You're the Kenny Antonelli of camping.
I'm yeah, about as spirit as possible there. But I will say this, whenever you call to make a reservation, 1,000 Trails, that is what you hear on the backside instead of the.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's the phone line. You said, so You want to talk about angry? I've been so angry listening to that song in my life. Now I can smile and actually play it and say, okay, the song's not that bad. Now it's
So there's a listener just wrote me, a very special listener. There's an elbow in the shot on your stream service right now. So we're looking at Jay's elbow.
my elbow.
Yeah, your elbow is famous. But when you move it a certain way, it doesn't really play as an elbow. So be careful.
Looks like something else, huh?
Uh-huh.
Getting dirty over there.
Yeah, but here, let me show you here.
Ask them to screenshot.
It is, right there.
What?
Our elbows are clear, bro.
Well, that's not my elbow. I don't have a camera. The camera's only pointed towards you, and I'm watching.
Oh, you've probably been hacked by KOZZ.
Oh.
More horseplay.
Yeah, exactly. That's okay. I would, you know what? Hey, listen. I understand. They're upset. They're hanging out over there on Radio Row. You know, making $15 an hour. And, you know, Jay Banks is over here doing his thing, you know, town hall, actually making an impact, actually doing things locally here that matter, that people care about. And, you know, I get it. They're toting the corporate line. So, you know, they're doing everything to get this off the air possibly. Honestly, that's a conspiracy theory. I truly believe that must have been from an old feed or something like that. That maybe they actually hit back on the feed, because whenever somebody comes to the window and talks to me, that makes sense, because they lean their elbow in and the elbow's right there. But right now I'm watching the live feed and it's you guys.
Oh,
So I don't know.
why don't you tell people how they can listen to or stream
Well,
online?
they can stream, if they want to listen to audio stream, we're up at AmericanMatters.us. AmericanMatters.us. The live audio stream on the internet is up. Now, if you want to see the video stream, that is on YouTube. And all you have to go search for is Northern Nevada's Voice. That's everything. Northern Nevada's Voice. That's our branding, so make sure you search for that.
So all of the Nevadas, plural.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, that's so funny, because, you know, who was it the other day, the Rock and Red. And I am in no way, shape, or form great at grammar. I'm just not. And so, you know, I did something with an apostrophe. I think it was Saturday on the show, and I just put it, you know, with an apostrophe. No, that's not right. You gotta do this. Geez, I just went German, you know, this guy. All right, okay.
Well, let me tell you. So I brought you a gift. Okay, since this is what day 2 of these 3 stations on the air, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how you ever are ready for this and flip the switch and go, welcome.
Right.
Is this thing on?
Is me sitting here and Valerie Ferrari and her husband, Barry, who's our engineer, you know, I will tell you right now, I mean, anything happens to me or Barry, this place is doomed.
Exactly.
You know, so it is what it is, but,
So I brought you a gift. Now, it's fortune cookie, right?
yeah.
Okay.
It
Do we do this? Do we open these up and see what the future of the station is?
is. Well, my cookie's already crunched, so that might get something. We're gonna, I know for a fact that we're gonna kill it, but let's find out. Let's do it. You know what, Greg, real quick, let's put back on my cell phone.
Are there those fortune
They're
cookies?
all fortune.
Really?
Every time I open a fortune cookie, the damn thing has something in it to mean something.
Do you always say in bed after them? Isn't that
No,
what you're
oh
supposed
gosh,
to do?
that's so funny, I've heard that. Well, let's find out here. Although I have had things that look a lot like these fortune cookies, and they're sideways.
Okay, so you want to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay, it says, sell your ideas. They are totally acceptable.
All right.
Now you want to know my lucky numbers? Because this is like double fortune. These guys,
Tell me it's
these guys go-
133.
yeah.
937.
That's exactly what it is.
Are you serious?
Am I supposed to tear it in half now?
No.
No, if I don't tear it in half, it
no,
doesn't come true, right?
no. I've never heard
I
that.
can't tell you my wish.
You know, it's just the fact that those are the numbers.
Those are the call sign numbers right there.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Okay, I don't have the lucky numbers to say, but my God, the message is, the star of riches is shining upon you.
There you
The star
go.
of riches is
All
shining
right.
upon you. So somebody that has a lot of money is shining upon me. It's not me. So.
I think that was established when you said someone with a lot of money.
Right, exactly. Well, I'm diabetic, so like I tell the ladies when they get involved with me, I can't be a sugar daddy, I have to be a sugar free. But it's got to be that sugar. Anyway, hey, that's how you find out who's a real one, right?
Oh.
First base is the McDonald's dollar.
Right.
They just didn't do on that one because I hate the whole going back into being single
Oh,
and
dude.
the expectancy of dates and all that. Of like,
Yeah.
oh, where are you gonna take me to? What are you gonna do? You know,
Oh, the
it's like,
6-month job interview. Oh my God.
right.
And you know what? When you get to be your age, you're entering the cauldron of leftovers.
Yeah.
And
Dude, right.
and there is no filter for that. And you want to throw in online dating? Holy cow.
Well,
Struggle is real.
yeah, yesterday we were talking about, we were talking about the couple at Sir Alex. We gave away the tickets yesterday on the second half of the show. And how there's the couple that do the aerobatics and they let each other go and fall almost 15 feet before they catch each other and recover the performance. And I'm like, can you imagine the trust in that relationship? Like, I can't even trust a girl on Facebook.
Yeah.
Let alone, like, falling that far.
Is that really a girl?
No. Well, the one doing that for that.
No, on Facebook.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think so. You never know.
Hey, you're a good mark.
Yeah, I find, you know what, I'm one of those, how would I say this? I seek and I find, right? I feel like I get my sights locked in on something, and that's what I want. I don't care what else is going on. Right?
I just wait to get a text from a friend, and it works out famously.
Wait.
Huh?
I'm waiting.
It'll come to you.
I'm like Rob the rabbit dog.
Yeah, I'm a go-getter.
Hey, go claim the territory, hump it real quick. Whatever, I'm joking. No. Anyway, you know what? Let's put some music real quick. I think it's probably a good thing. My God. All right, 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 as well on your FM dial, and 1400. And here we go. Fans goes. You can see. I'm sorry.
Yeah, get some afternoon delight on sometime.
Yeah, this will work out good. Hey, Sierra to the Sea, go and check it out. Wide Open Rallies on Facebook and Instagram. We'll be right back. Turn off.
Hey, on one of the bumpers, can you play my show opener song?
Yeah, we come in.
It's Waldeck.
Waldeck?
Yeah.
W-A-L-D-A-C?
No, WALKDEC, I think.
What's the name of the song?
Hang on, I'm looking it up for you. Keep My Fire Burning. And if you play that, then I'll talk about the show.
The Fire Burning?
Yeah.
Viper?
No.
How do you spell that? How do you spell that? We need a proper spelling on the name.
WALDECK.
Okay.
Thumbnail is blue.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a little.
Yeah, it's a short song anyway.
I'll play.
How many people do you think are listening? How many people do you think are listening?
I'm gonna 60.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm always doing good.
Yeah. Not that easy.
It makes me have no question.
So those aren't really my numbers.
Oh, no.
You ever heard of the Elevators?
No,
The song that's playing reminds me of them. Ooh.
So what is this, the live stream on the internet?
YouTube.
No, but what's the other one?
Oh, AmericanMatters.us.
And it would just be on?
Yeah,
Is it recallable?
I don't know. It says that they want to listen right now, it's streamable.
Got it. .us. So the streaming there, she says there's nothing happening, just a guy in a ball cap.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually needs something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom
I'm watching it right now. It's you. Now it's you.
All done in-house, right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch.
If she's going back on the screen, that's maybe what she's seeing.
I just told her to reload it.
Yeah, reload it, and it should pop right up.
NeoCityCreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
All right, that means we are going to be right there with you this coming Saturday. There's some of those things that I did that. You're live. You're thinking about it in terms of the reason, but that you're missing out on the true power of it.
That's what's going on in the live stream. If you go to YouTube and go live,
I'm watching the live stream right now.
give everybody the live stream info again.
It's simple. Go to that voice.
I think what happens is when you go on the live stream, it starts that one, from earlier, I don't know.
Yeah, they just got to go till now, there's, yeah, I don't know what to say.
So like fast forward or something.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the times when I would first jump on, it'd take a minute or two before everything would catch up and be actually caught up to the actual show.
Isn't
I know
everyone?
how to use a cell phone. I'm literally, again, just right now, reloading that page with you. So, I mean, I don't know where to get that, but I definitely want to play the audio over the years.
No.
So, yeah, we won't be doing that. Anyways, Rob the Rabid Dog, how are you?
I'm good, man, just having a good time.
What just let out behind us there? The picket line here, what's going on? Church just let out?
Bunch of thin ladies in business suits convention.
You know what, I think that,
Mm,
I believe.
could make sense.
It was 5 o'clock, that doesn't make sense actually temporarily by people. Hey, Hollywood, if you're out there driving around in your yellow cab and you hear me, I need to get you back in here for the top of the hour ID legal recording again. So I need to reach out to him. I'm pretty sure he's going to be listening. So if you are listening, that's what we should do. Anyway, we just played that song, Keep Your Fire Burning. Reason for that was, of course, as we were trying to get to there before the stream was taken. The wide open rallies for Rapid Roast is happening this coming Saturday. I'm hosting the event, and the Rapid Roast is more than just revving cars. The roast is not just us telling jokes about Greg or anything. It's actually going to be the pig. We got a pig, right?
Same thing, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it depends. Maybe we ask.
Low hanging fruit.
Right. Well, you know, I mean, anyway. But that being said, there is going to be a pig, right?
Yes, they're going to be roasting a pig.
And so, is it like the first 100 people that show up get a chunk of the pig? Or
Well, I think it's one of the food truck guys is going to be roasting the pig.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm down with that. Maybe some Hawaiian food or something like that. Well, either way, make sure you come out this coming Saturday night. What time the doors open, Greg?
So doors open at 6, and it's you can get your tickets on wideopenrallies.com, and it'll be more just food and drinks, DJ, and the exotic car show, bunch of cars on display, some really unique stuff that people have never seen before, or some people haven't. And then as we ramp into the evening, there'll be a demo. I think I mentioned that earlier. Demo of Global. Some of the guys from Battleborn Window Tinting will be putting protective windshield screens on 2 of the cars so people can see that. And then once it starts to get dark, it'll start to get noisy, and that's when the whole show will start. And we'll be wrapping up by 10 due to noise infringements,
Right.
which makes sense.
Well, I mean, the people in Somerset are complaining about the concert.
People in Somerset complain about everything.
Well, this is true. This is not-
There's a coyote in my yard, and he's gone. Who's gonna clean that up?
They didn't think to complain about there only being 2 exits for that whole neighborhood. Well, maybe 3, but 1 is roads. God, I hope nothing ever, like a fire ever comes down Devon. That whole place is screwed.
That would never happen.
No, absolutely not. Again, I don't say that with hope or wants anyway. I say that because I'm like, could you imagine that? I mean, honestly, that's scary.
Yeah.
All those traffic circles, all those nice homes, how do you get out? Anyway, that being said, we're getting luck here each and every day, Monday through Friday between 4 and 6 p.m. 420 roll call happens each and every day that we do the show, and that means that you can text in, call in, whatever it is, give your name, somehow, some way, I'm doing the roll call, everybody gets down and doing their thing. And, we always like to, just kind of give people a radio show. What I mean by that, well, it's a drive home. I'm with you. We're probably stuck. You probably didn't even want to go to work today. But here you are, stuck in traffic, whether you're on I-80, westbound in Reno from the the 11 USA Parkway. Bring it up there.
Heading out to the North Valleys right now.
Out to the North Valleys, you are screwed. There's a live traffic report. You're heading out to the North Valleys right now, you are screwed. Yeah,
Pull those are parked for a while, try again later.
right. This traffic report brought to you by nobody. Why? Because nobody's sponsored it yet. But if you would like to sponsor this, well then contact me, JJ, or get a hold of us at Northern Nevada's Voice at gmail.com. All right, let me send you some info. Man, lots of cool things headed to the Truckee Meadows the next few weeks. We've got the Hot August Nights coming up. I think this Red Rose Party is a great way to kick off that season in a way. You know, because the following week, things are moving into town. I think it's next week, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so big props to the J Resort, Lisa, and everybody over there who's gotten involved. And if you got word about Hillary as the mayor, is she going to be able to guard yet?
You know, Hillary, if I'm sure you're listening. What else would you be doing?
Right.
Hillary, if you are listening, now's a chance for you to sit in a gated Murcielago with 12 cylinders roaring behind you, spinning in front of your contingency,
There you go.
or your past contingency.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, we can pass it.
getting there.
Well, you guys were involved in the Nevada 250 parade, which I had Letty, boy, that's a good moment. Eddie Orton,
Oh.
Letty Orton. Letty Orton. Anyway, Letty Orton was on the show yesterday. And we were talking about the Nevada 250 parade. And, I'm sorry, American 250 parade. And man, sorry, I got some cookie. I ate a piece of cracker or cookie. He's got stuff on it. Anyway, had Eddie on yesterday, and we were talking about the parade. You guys were involved in that. You were like the last entrant, right? Or close to the
Ooh,
last.
yeah, it was just that all came together at the last minute. So we were like a couple from the end. We had, what did we have? We had one of the new Corvettes, the 1,000+ horsepower Corvettes, and GT3 RS and Lamborghini STO. And that was fun, you know. I mean, the guys out front were doing burnouts in the muscle cars and stuff, and you know, we were doing little jumps, but you know, the streets are lined with kids and stuff, and
Right.
you don't want to be on the news.
Right, you're losing that. So.
Yeah, so, but it was fun, you know, and it was to promote the Rev and Roast Ultimate Supercar Party Saturday night 6 at the J inside the Glow Plaza. So you know what? I should tell you how this all came to be. You want to hear?
I do.
Anybody? Rob?
Rob talks every once in a while.
Blamey?
I try not to step on too many toes.
So there was an incident, one of the cars and coffees that these guys have, and you know, somebody was revving their car, and there was concern of losing the ability to do that there, which would be a bummer because it's one of the bigger ones that a friend of mine, Greg, puts on, and so we were like, okay, well, you know what we want to do? Let's do one the way it should be done, you know, where people can rev their cars and people can do donuts or whatever, and there's a keg, and you know, kind of like, let's go back to college days. And so, through Sean, who will be on my show tonight at 8:00, Wide Open Talk. That was that song. That was our intro song that you just played.
Right.
That Waldeck song. So anyhow, we went over there, and he introduced me to Lisa, and we walked over to the Glow Plaza, and I wasn't really thinking much about it, and I was telling her what we wanted to do, and she's like, "Oh, it sounds great." I'm just looking at her really seriously, and I'm like, you know, we're going to be leaving a bunch of marks on, you know, this asphalt right in front of the stage inside the Glow Plaza. And for people that don't know what the Glow Plaza is, I mean, wouldn't you agree that if you had a giant wedding, that would be a place you could get married? It's got permanent structure for shade and a you know, a permanent elevated
They
stage.
hold all their big concerts, well, not all the big concerts, but a lot of the very intimate concerts are Glow Plaza.
Yeah, and you know, it's only intimate because they have the bleachers there kind of separating the front and the back. But it's really nice, you know, white concrete, you know, two big permanent shade structures, all modern, you know, and a lot of the artwork from Burning Man. Well, no, we're not doing that on the concrete, we're doing it on the asphalt. But that was my question to her is, do you guys have plans of sealing this up, And, she's like, no. And she's like, why? I'm like, because, we're going to have exotic cars out there spinning around, smoking noise, and it's going to leave a mark. So, yeah. So she was like, oh, it's fine. Lisa, I mean, she's the coolest person ever.
Right.
And, so she's, no, it'd be fine. And then it just started to happen. And, before long, it's like, I put on these car events, not these car events. I put on the car events where we go out and do our thing, and you just kind of replicate year in, year out, spring and fall. And so, okay, well, I've done stuff like this before, but not like this. But it's super cool. And the car community here, I wouldn't say it's splintered, but it's segmented. And there's these guys that only travel with these guys, and then these guys that are the Mustang guys, and then these guys that are, yeah, and so my idea, and I went as far, but I haven't had great success with, trying to get the PD involved, because I wanted them to show a couple of their cars all cleaned up. I mean, as kids, there's gonna be kids there. I always thought those cars were super cool and all the gadgets and everything. Like when they had the first Mustang chase cars that they had, you go up there and push down on the wheel well, and they were so overbuilt, super stiff. You see those guys out in the Mojave Desert and stuff. But back to in light of that car crash over in McCarran, the guys that have these nicer cars that are older and to be seen as friendly with the PD and stuff, and it's not a midnight street takeover kind of thing that maybe you guys should grow up a little bit and come along for the ride all inclusively, if you will. But I sent the chief of police like a 2-hour explicit email of what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we want you involved, trying to be proactive about the whole thing, and we haven't heard anything from them. I talked to the chief's assistant, and she said she sent it out to everybody on the force, and I've not heard a single thing. So that's kind of disappointing, actually, because our deal, it's not us versus you,
Yeah.
and we're all dudes. I know the guys in uniform like the cars and stuff too,
Yeah.
and so that's disappointing. Now, we still have 3 or 4 days, but, there's a schematic of what car goes where on this thing. It's not a parking lot in there. It's a garden party to speak of, And so I kind of don't think that's going to happen. But, the show opens with the fog machines and a police car just doing a standing burnout with the lights on. But the cop, when I was in grade school, every year the cops would come and they would address the kids, and the whole point was, look both ways kind of thing. And so what they would do is they would come. This is so funny. This is in Southern California.
It's
At
not
a pub.
bad. It's not bad. I'll think about it. I went through a year of DARE just to have a show called Big One.
Well, this is in the late '60s, early '70s, I guess. They come out and they have one officer holding a pistol, and what they're trying to show is at 60 miles an hour how slow your reaction times are. And so here's all the kids standing where there's like Foursquare stuff and basketball courts and this and that, and somebody, some cop is in a police car, and he goes and gets the thing going 60 on the school ground, heading for a cement wall. And then the other cop shoots a live round into the air, and this guy's supposed to, the whole point is he's supposed to react as fast as he can and show the kids how far it's going to take him to skid, no ABS back then, how far it's going to take that car to skid to a stop. And, the subtext to all of this is, it's a joke, live rounds, all the school kids, we're making the drag strip up of just all the school kids, it was whatever, what, first through sixth, or kindergarten through sixth, that school was. And here's this police car going 60 miles an hour, 10 feet from us, and then skidding to a stop.
Yeah.
And I can't get today in 2026, I can't get the local PD to even bring some cars and show them and, be part of the community that they're at odds with,
Well, again, you brought up a really good point with that accident thing.
Yeah.
I think the community has a lot of mixed thoughts on cars right now, right? But it's like, it's anything, if that had not happened, I don't think it would be as prevalent right now, probably. But I do want to call out publicly those idiots that were there.
Oh, totally,
I
yeah.
saw the video, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm highly disappointed well, first of all, the idiots were idiots. But on top of that, all those people standing in front of Quick Stop, there's not one person that could have just ran the 50 feet to the intersection and waved their hand to that truck and said, hey, there's some fools that are rolling down the road like 100 miles an hour, don't go anymore. That's all it took.
Oh yeah, and then the majority of the crowd ran away when it happened. Some guys went out there to see,
Help out, right, yeah.
but bless them. But these other little cowards, POS, they'll run away. Jesus, school your kids, or what the hell are these kids doing out there at 1 a.m? Because a bunch of them look to be pretty damn young.
Right.
But now, to your point, wouldn't you think this is the time? Okay, so yeah, things are probably a little hot with many people, and rightly so, because again, you get lumped into this category, cars. So I mean, that's like lumping in all these guys bringing these muscle cars to town, the show cars, to say they're the same people. And that's kind of how it's going right now. We're not the same people as those guys. We don't even drive these cars around here, per se. And but giving the police department the offer too, and not even getting a response back of, hey, for obvious reasons we can't be involved. There seem to be impartial to your group, not theirs, whatever official thing they're going to say. We get nothing.
Right.
And I know, we had the death over the weekend of one of the officers, which a friend of mine knew him, rest in peace. And that wasn't a criminal involvement thing. It was an off-duty, just death. Of course.
There's some stupid page I found out on Facebook last night. I was scrolling. They called Cop Watch Reno. And posted it it looked like a complete FU sayonara to this guy.
Really?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, the guy basically keeled over dead driving with his 11-year-old daughter. Really, that's what you do with your freedom. That's what you choose to post.
Cop Watch Reno. Boo on you.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So.
People those are the kind of people that it's like, you search hard enough to find something, right? And it's like, can you imagine? I'm telling you right now, dude, that is one job. I don't know if I could be a good cop.
I know I wouldn't. I think it's probably pretty hard for them to fill those seats.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, if you walked up to somebody and said, "Hey, do you want to be a police officer?" It's almost like it's got to come through a family bloodline. It's not. Of course, there's certain kids in school that for whatever reason go that route, but it doesn't seem like what it was. Yeah, for sure. So, are these Girl Scouts?
No, we've got. Believe it or not, we got papers coming in. They're going to be part of tonight. We decide from 6 to 8 p.m. So 2 hours short.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So we haven't even talked about that. So my show airs for the first time in history.
Tonight.
You're making history. It could be the first and last time. You could have super history. I suppose.
It could be crappy. I don't know. We're going to decide.
Oh, it's going to be horrible.
Well, no. We're going to talk about your lineup and stuff here in just a moment. I actually want to play a song real quick. So this is what we need to do. We're going to take a quick break, listen to some music, because this is what I like to do right here on the station, right? So let's go. We've got some Miguel right here.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
when we come back, I'll just give a rundown on the show and then I'll be out of here. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get out of the house and then come back down. What is it, Williams?
I'm not sure who they are. I haven't met these people. I did see the banner. If this is stolen, I've seen it somewhere around here.
Yeah. So we got Wilkie or yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you guys even measure, like, when you're doing your rallies, say it could be up to 1,200 miles? Do you measure your ECs at all?
Well, with the speed that we travel, you can, so, I mean, 100 miles is never going to take us to that. Yeah. So it's not hard to figure out. And I know all those roads and all the areas that we go to, so, you know, occasionally I mean, I drive there. Since you keep your RS, you know, I'm just great for that. And I'll drive up to other places all day long. But not a lot of these guys will go on rough road. I mean, that passport kind of shit in that country. Yeah, you just go through and shit. And, um, the link doesn't take us to a radio show. Hey, James. So apparently American Matters isn't streaming either. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She's down in Marin.
We're back on Getting Home with Jay Biggs on a 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 on your FM dial, and 1400. We are simulcast with 3 different stations here in the Wheels Parks, Carson City, and Northern Nevada areas. I am live right now, live with Rob the Rapid Dog.
This week.
With me. Yes, 100%. He's right here with me chilling. And Greg of Wide Open Rallies hosting the Rev and Rose coming up this Saturday at the Globe Plaza at the J Wave Resort, as I call it. And I'm going to be hosting that, yours truly. But on top of that, speaking of hosts, Greg, you're hosting your own show, Wide Open Talk, man. It premieres right here tonight on the station. What do you got to say about this? What can people expect out of it?
8 o'clock tonight, the first show. It's gonna be super cool. Tonight we have a bottle of whiskey and 4 guests.
Ooh.
And this one show is going to be about wide open rallies, how it all came to be, these guys' experiences going on many of the events and things they've seen or experienced. And, you know, really when you put it, because we travel with a media crew that does, you know, shoot video, shoot stills and everything. And then at the end we wrap it all up, and those edited videos go on Wide Open Rallies YouTube channel. So if you want to see what this is about, and definitely set your player to 8K, you know, or as high as it'll go, because YouTube dumps it down like 420 or something. So there's beautiful scenery and lots of drone shots and everything. But as far as the show goes, you know, we'll talk about the Rev and Rose party coming up. We'll talk about the Epico Strade rally that's coming up in August, which I think there's 5 or 6 spots still open of the 20. And it'll be mainly cars. It'll be all cars and some people stuff in there. But in the weeks coming, it's gonna diverge completely from that. And again, the show's at 8 o'clock on Tuesdays called Wide Open Talk. And I'll have various guests. Our first guest next week will be Jerry Sample, who's definitely an involved male, and he's going to talk about roles of the traditional roles of women and men in relationships and how that's kind of coming back for a lot of people. And then we have a sorority girl show where we get behind and dig up the truth of what really happens in those sororities, because I know a lot of guys think it's a whole different thing than it actually is.
Bunch of panty raids.
Well, but we're also going to delve into, how these girls are navigating dealing with a bunch of guys who have learned about sex via pornography. So there is a serious nature to the show. Right now, we're trying to get clearance on a lady I know who works for the coroner, and she is one of the on-site people that get called out, and when the bullet stops, she's the one that's going in there and taking all the notes and bringing it back. So lots of diverse stuff. And if you really think about it, you can almost walk up to anybody, you can pull them in here, and they've all got a story, where they came from, how they got there. Just pretty interesting.
Right.
When I was in school, I was like, how am I supposed to pick something that I want to do for the rest of my life when I don't know what's out there? I mean, it just seems so ridiculous to me. But, so we'll touch on that. It'll be some fun, and it'll be wide open talk, so it's kind of anything. So with that said, if you have some particular person or story you want to tell on the air, hit us up and we'll see if that fits.
This is what I want people to understand about the station here, is that because we've got so many different genres of things happening, that there is a place for everybody to land. And as I mentioned yesterday on the show, and I've always mentioned on Saturday mornings when I do the show, we are a mixed bag of nuts here on the show. Greg might be your pecan, I'm a peanut. Maybe the Tabor's over here, or a cashew.
I'm a Brazil nut.
Whatever it is.
Or a nut, no, yeah.
He's a Brazilian.
I would say I'm always the pistachio.
There you go. Man, once you crack them open, he's got green on the inside.
Now you just gotta break that sweet shell to get to the sweet nut.
Oh, God. Anyways. Hey, speaking of sweet nuts, tomorrow we've got the Peppermint Hippo on the show, and they're going to be on with us from 4 to 6 p.m., so make sure you check them out. Jocko, the manager over there, is bringing some of the lovely ladies of the club here tomorrow, so Rob, I'm sure you're going to be here.
Well, I was planning on it anyway.
Right, so you might as well. Maybe we'll bring in some, I do believe that Ingrid, the cook over there, is going to be bringing some food as well.
Oh,
The
that's nice.
Hungry Hippo, and if you've ever been over there to eat, well, you know. If you haven't, well, you don't know, you should.
If you don't know, now you know.
Right, the food over at the Hippo is A+ good. So, with that being said, I know that Ray, he has to get ready and prepare. He's got a lot of stuff going on, right? And so he has to get ready and prepare because he's got his show right here tonight premiering. Just a mere 2.5 hours, man. The countdown is literally on. So I know that's kind of the pressure's on kind of situation, and I'm sorry, but it is what it is, man. I mean, I think we're going to kill it.
Oh, no worries at all. It'll be super fun.
Well, he's not too stressed about it, Rob, like I am.
Yeah, well, as the GM, of course you're supposed to be stressed.
Well, I guess so. I guess you're right about that.
That means you take it seriously.
Well, I try to, exactly, I care. And there's that old adage, like, if you don't care, then you don't say anything, right? And I actually 100% care. So with that being said, we're gonna move forward, and, we're gonna go with the midnight, move forward, CBGF Canyon over, 3.7, 3.3 FM, 1400 on the AM dial. We check out the live video on YouTube. Search Norman, is that his voice? We're gonna go
I
back.
don't think I'll be saying this one. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna go see you then. All right. I will see you.
All right, take care.
Sorry? Mm. Yeah, so I'll be here Friday for that comedy show too. I'll be here Friday for that open comedy and too. Yeah, I'll get some of my material ready and do some on show. I can imagine hitting some nice open mountainous roads with this as your audio track.
If you look at the station all over, you realize I love the Midnight. Probably my favorite band of all time.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of it.
it's retro synth music. And if you've never heard of that genre, the best way to describe it is it's like the best 80s music ever, but brand new.
Hmm. Well, the way my brain connects it, I've watched a lot of like racing through my youth and stuff, and like car crashes, race crash wrecks, and they've always had music of that style backing up the videos, you know. So it's always that kind of music is affiliated to driving with me.
That's great that you say that because that's how I feel like with this synthwave music. I put it on,
Yeah,
and it's all to the wall, I guess you could say, and I just hit the highway.
you know.
And just drive by myself sometimes.
Yeah.
Or with a sexy lady.
It's always nice.
By myself.
Hell yeah.
Right. So, didn't point out that
Oh, for sure.
Oh, man. I was just talking with Fuse Guy out in the hall, and they are set and ready for 2 hours of exciting programming starting at 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. each and every Tuesday night right here on KPGF and KNR. And we entice you to please go and find us on Facebook. Like us and follow us. Just search up Northern Nevada's Voice, KNR, KPGF on Facebook, and you will be able to see all of the posts right there with the shows on the list that are happening. And man, the Facebook, I'm sorry, not Facebook, but YouTube Live is up right now, and that is YouTube. And all you have to do is search Northern Nevada's Voice on that one as well. It's pretty simple, Northern Nevada's Voice. I am making us an X, I'm making us an Instagram, let me see, or what, TikTok, I'm sure eventually is coming, so.
I'll make us an outcast. No.
Yeah, hey, you know how Eddie Lauren feels just after to be on the show was so funny. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, did we not rally the army together, 300 people, and got
Right,
that guy in? All he needed was 301.
right. God, I felt so close there. I thought he was gonna be in.
Right. And I will say, Kate Marshall, 40% of the vote. I've never even heard of her.
Hmm.
Never even heard of this lady. So how the rest of Reno Sparks heard of her, or Reno, or whatever, I have no clue. I mean, I tend to think that my ears to the ground in this town a little bit on some things.
I would like to think so, especially in comparison to me, with you talking about politics. Like that plays into life, so I pay little attention to it, but very little. So I'm pretty ignorant in that department. Hell, all the stuff I hear you talking about, I don't even know most of what's going on.
Right, well, it's, yes, I'm with the politics. But doesn't that make me a great politician?
One would
I'm
say.
preparing.
Yeah.
I'm preparing. But, honestly, like I played yesterday, Post Malone, congratulations, Freddie. Because I really do. Congratulations, because, it's almost like, Al Gore, like in 2001 when 9/11 happened, how he was all worried about the thing in chat, and he was trying to get in to be president. Don't you think when 9/11 happened, Al Gore was somewhere going, thank God I was the president for that. I'm serious, well, it's even more so, it was one, but that was the worst one probably in U.S. history. Speaking of worst catastrophes in U.S. history, Joe Lombardo's our governor. And he was the sheriff of Las Vegas. And people tend to not remember this. It was the biggest mass shooting in United States history.
Eminem's got a pretty intricate song about it. Intricate's the wrong word. His lyrics. It's a good song, I'll say that.
What about the Route 91 shooting?
No, what was the one from the Mirage, the shooting from there or whatever, from the 31st floor or whatever?
Yeah, well, that's one.
Oh, that's the same one,
Yeah,
okay.
Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, Mandalay Bay, my bad.
Yeah, no, all good, man. Yeah, that's so, weird. But yeah, so there's that, man. I mean, the thing's odd. I was just explaining to a lady earlier today about how we are the closest thing to the Wild West. I mean, we've got legal hookers, we've got legal marijuana, legal alcohol, legal gambling.
We're like a half a step behind Oregon and Washington without our legal psilocybin now.
Right, well, yeah, but I mean, there's things here that you just can't get there, right?
True, yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, people always talk about Texas being like the West,
Mm.
and the Cowboys are. We are actually more so like that than them.
No?
You know,
Well, I mean, can you just gift a gun in the state? I'm not sure about that. You can in Texas. I know that much.
I'm weird when it comes to home guns. I am 1,000,000,000% for everybody to have their guns if they want gun rights and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
However, I don't personally like holding and firing off a gun.
My thing about it is I've just met too many dudes, too many people lately that these guys cannot leave their house without it. And I understand it's a dangerous world and there's a lot of stuff out there, but some of these dudes are so terrified they can't even leave their house without their gun. And I'm like, I have no idea what it's like to be that damn afraid. Something, yeah. It's thinking you're living in a damn movie or something.
Put the gun down, bro. Put the gun down.
I can continue that, but love that movie.
I'm telling you, it's the best. It is the best. Yeah. So, I'm trying to think. Let's talk about some other things that are happening. The Rabbit Roast. I do want to just remind people another time that I am hosting that this coming Saturday night at the J Resort, Low Plaza.
That sounds like a fun time.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great time. Greg said you back on the show on Friday. So yeah, make sure you come in here on Friday. That's gonna be a great time. Friday also we got open mic comedy here, 3 whole hours from 6 to 9 p.m. We're inviting every comedian in town to come on down here. You gotta be indoors by 6 o'clock.
And I'll be giving it a little try. I got some stuff ready.
Right, absolutely. So you gotta be in the door by 6 o'clock, otherwise the mall shuts down. But it's basically an open comedy night.
There we go.
And it's gonna be fun. And then on Saturday, not this coming Saturday, the following Saturday, the 1st of August, we are live in here from 6 until 9 o'clock on Saturday night with Rockin' Reno. And it is our latest new heavy rock alternative show that is coming to Reno that focuses on local rock. And we invite performers to come down here. If you've got a band, you want to get on the air, you want exposure, you want to be a part of something big, 3 whole hours, call Trevor. Been here and he's going to be hosting that.
But I gotta tell you, keep representing, babe. You're doing some cool stuff here, and it's pretty exciting.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. You know, I had a show for us, but I wasn't really sure of your situation.
Well, yeah, I like to keep it real with myself, and I know that I've been not the most dependable lately, but I'm getting my stuff together, and I'm stepping my game up. Maybe we'll see what happens in the future.
Right, man. Maybe we can have that Sunday night show that I want us to do, the R&B for the ladies.
I will be down as all hell, bro.
Robin Big.
Hell yeah.
R&B for the ladies.
I'll be down as all hell. I got a few ideas of my own should I ever get the opportunity.
Right. I just thought it'd be funny to do like R&B with you throwing like really super sexy comments and just playing like, all of the songs. It's like, yeah, get a whip. That's music. There's Rob with his peas all over everything.
I'm not that bad. What's the word? Dudes that hate on women. What's that word? I'm a dummy. I'm not that. I'm a bit more respectful. I do say jokes and I do run my mouth sometimes, but I'm respectful. I don't hate women. I love women. I respect them so much, I completely stay away from them.
You better now.
Well, yeah.
It's so funny when I was texting with your lady yesterday about you coming in, and I told her I was like, man, I gotta respect the hustle of them wanting to come in, but you've always got a spot here. I want you to know that, Rob. You've always got a spot on the show, no matter how you're feeling and what's going on, because if anything, I heard from your head every day. And what does this mean? I have a coffee mug with the big one big screw on it, which is you and Grayson Flea, which Grayson is supposed to be on Friday. So I'm excited for that.
I was going to say that one cup that's funny. That's the first time I've ever been on a piece of product. You know what I mean?
Oh, and yeah, dog bounty hunters.
Yeah. Paraphernalia, and now I got dudes putting their lips on my head, and it's just, this is scary. It's frightening. I never thought I'd be here.
Grayson Flea and Blowfish Tequila and bait. Oh my God, it's all on my cup.
That's hilarious. When my dad first saw that rabid dog, the booty hunter, and he's like, "This dude's supposed to be your friend." I'm like, "Dude, it's all a joke, you know." He just saw the booty hunter pictures, and it just kind of went over his head. Yeah, yeah, he just went over his head. And he's like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "I find it hilarious."
Well, I mean, you were hunting booty, bro.
Oh hell yeah,
right. So hey, the guy will be got.
hell yeah.
Oh man, I'm excited. With so much going on here, like I told everybody, it's kind of like only episode, being with all these cool people, because everybody's like my friends coming in and do a show.
Right.
And I already feel like as a friend, I don't spend enough time with my current friends. So this is like just a way for me to, how would I say, other than just get to chill and relax with my friends at least an hour a week.
I mean, that's how I feel about it. Just showing up, I'm honored to be part of the show. It's cool to be part of this and hang out, but ultimately, it's just coming to hang out with the homies for a little bit, But I enjoy it. It's just cool stuff.
Right, that's pretty much what it feels like, So, but I'm having a good time, man.
Yeah.
I really, truly am. And hopefully everybody else out there as well is. Maybe plan this on your favorite radio show. Maybe you think this radio show sucks. I personally don't care what you think. I just want you to have a good time and enjoy what I'm doing with my friends here, because what I do is keep it real. We have 100% real conversation on the air.
And I just wanted to express gratitude too. You said you enjoyed having me here and thank me for being here. Well, thank you as well for having me here, because I just enjoy being here and BSing.
Oh, bro, what do you do, man?
Anytime you'll have me, I'm down to be down.
Hey, every day.
Hell yeah.
Every day there's an invite for you. Just like the rest of the block crew.
Hell yeah.
Grayson Fleet. Grayson Negra and Neho Lee will be back in the house with us on Friday, and he's always got a spot.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you're here with me, because it keeps like that part of the show going, it's not just
Yeah, hell yeah.
it's like the old past. I got a lot of things I want to try to keep, like our old what's it called, Judge J. Biggs episodes, bitches, gripes, and complaints.
Me, I like being silly. I like making jokes, skits. I just want to do anything that's creative and funny that's fun, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I know that's what you do.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
It's enjoyable to me. I just like to laugh and smile.
Well, I like the fact that you're just getting out, man. There's a lot to that.
Yeah, and like doing events with you, when you give me invites to come with you to certain events and all that. That stuff's entertaining for me. Otherwise, I'd be doing who knows what, something lame, you know. So I'd just hang out with a homie and doing something cool. It's all good to me.
I love that, man. I love that. Well, all right, we're gonna play some more music real quick.
My homies, really, really, so good every day. Homies. Keep the ball rolling. I'm feeling good.
I'm just gonna give an outro, dude.
All right.
I need an umbrella over there, right? Maybe.
No, Mike is a little bit tricky on these over yesterday. Okay. It's more. Yeah. I'm putting in a little loose, I think.
Loose connectors.
Yeah, 'cause it was working just fine the other day.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just check it back.
Don't say damn near hell either, right?
No, you can say it.
I mean, you're
being-
all good.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I was like,
Been beating this.
I was out of here.
I like, hey, I'm fine. No, you're good. Just remember with these mics, we gotta talk, like, not that close to them. And if you start going like this talking, then it'll get very good. Yeah, so try to talk that out. So for you, I would almost say keep the mic like this, and then it's looking this way. Yeah, exactly. And with you guys, your reasons, you know. Yeah, I think. Just remember to keep your mics on. Bring the mics on when you're ready to go on, okay? Okay, we have 2 minutes, we'll start time. So as soon as this song ends, you guys will start talking.
KPG, when you open that website, AMR, taking your photos. Take you 770 off, what are you worth doing?
Who knows?
Welcome to You Decide.
Boy, that sounds weird.
Welcome to You Decide. Sounds
Yeah,
weird.
that
Put
does.
on the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it would help if I turned on the microphone.
Always something.
Okay, welcome to one and all. You Decide is
Brand new.
starting up,
Sort of.
brand new, Tom and Jane Tabor. And we have a special guest with us who used to be with us quite a bit on the old show, Conversations from the Capitol, Randall Lloyd.
Hello.
Hi, Randy.
Can you hear me? Is this microphone?
Yeah, we hear you.
You hear me?
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
You
you
can't.
can't hear yourself. Okay.
I'll come out there to help you.
Okay.
Hey, Jane.
You need to sign for me.
Hey, Jane. Good evening.
Hi.
Okay. For those of you who are just listening to, I was going to say just listening to You Decide for the first time, that's everybody, because we just changed the name of the show when we went from 11 to noon to 6 to 8 in the evening. So, we are still at 4001 South Virginia Street, suite number 7, so you're more than
Check.
welcome. Come
That's a
down
check, yeah, okay.
and sit in with us. Get here a little bit before 6 o'clock. Either that or give us a call and say, hey, we're here because they
Front
locked the door
door's
at 6.
open, Okay.
Sorry about that. But we're broadcasting on 3 stations, and I think you've already heard those, but KNNR 103.3 FM and 1400 AM, plus on KPGF 93.7 FM.
Yeah, lots of new folks.
A lot of new folks.
Very
Isn't that
happy.
right?
Yep.
So, there's some folks, first time that you've caught us. Because,
This is true, and so you need a little background on where we came from, you know.
okay,
It's not one of those, what came first, chicken or the egg. We really just wanna bring
well, we
you
know
up
why
to
the
date on
chicken went
on how
across.
nuts we are often, and then how serious we can get, you know.
Well, and then
Yeah,
everybody knows why the chicken crossed the road, right?
to get to the other side,
Right,
I did
there
that
you
one,
go.
yeah, I did.
This whole thing started back around 2010 with Conversations from the Capitol, and it was hosted by Nevada Senator Don Gustafson. And over the period of time, we've changed many people who were involved with the show.
Yep, we kept it going, and I think that's a credit
And
to the
around
material.
2014, it was mostly Randy and myself and Elizabeth Bertie and a
That's
couple
right.
other people.
That's right.
And then we disappeared.
I just drove you in and dropped you off.
Yeah, well, you didn't want to get close to the
Yeah, I didn't, I really didn't. Stranger things have happened.
And then around 2018, the show dropped.
Mm-hmm,
And then by popular request, a lot of folks wanted us to bring the show back. So we brought the show back around 2000, what was it, 2002, 2003, somewhere in there. And then you came on board around 2004.
just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you've been with us ever since, and you like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy being able to rant and then not have to worry about them storming the studio to get me. So it's fun. I do. And our purpose, honestly, everyone. For the people that have been following us all along, you already know. But for the new folks who are way beyond Reno area, they're from Gardnerville, they're all over the place, we wanted to let you know that our basic model here is to inform, to have a few laughs. We do laugh. Humor is wonderful, and it keeps us sane. And give a little information. As I said, we learn with you, or you learn with us, to make very valuable decisions, especially during election time. And we're really very focused on these elections and how important and urgent they are, not just for the state itself or the states, but for the whole country. And federally and locally, oh, they are so valuable. They're so very important. And we just want to reinstitute your belief that your vote really does matter. And as the information that's been flowing out of Washington the last couple of days, it is going to be very important. And we fight for that because everyone fought hard and died so that you could have that right to vote. So that's one of our really primary focus in our delivery.
Actually, what we also like to do is bring different perspectives. So there may be a time where we're going to have a guest on that you see the name or whatever,
Yeah.
you've heard of them, and you say,
And I don't want to listen to them.
But
Yeah.
we bring them on so that you can have a difference of opinion
That's
situation
exactly
going on,
right.
so you can really understand
Yeah.
better what the other side of that question is, and if the other side of the question really buffles you around a little bit, at least you know what they're saying and you can repeat that to other people to help support where you are.
That's right. We want to do that. Always, 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 always. And I have can I do my little saying as
Go ahead.
Trista is coming in? It's amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets the credit. There. That was Reagan. Even though Truman said it, that's how Reagan believed that.
Did
Didn't he?
he?
He never cared. He said he didn't care who got the credit.
Right.
All right, so Truman, Reagan, everybody who's accomplishing a whole bunch doesn't care who does it, just as long as it gets done.
The object is to get the thing done.
That's right.
If you're trying to do something just for your own glory, not including everybody else, that's not a big deal.
So, who has walked in, for
Who
those
has
of you
walked
that can see, is Trista Gomez, who is running for Assembly District 30 here in the Reno Sparks area, and her charming husband who's sitting over there in the corner, and he only hears us.
He doesn't have a dunk's hat on.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's a good guy, and he's supporting his whip, as I call them. Whips and husbands, or wives. So, Trista, yep. Can you start by introducing yourself? You've made it through the primary because you didn't have opposition, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Now we're going to the general, and you've got an opponent, a Democrat opponent.
We do.
And we are a quarter of the way to the election.
Yes.
So go ahead, tell the folks everything they need to know about getting a hold of you, because this is a very important seat, and Repubs need to win it. Go, girl.
Thank you, yes. I'll start out by saying my website is votetristagomez.com, and you can contact me at Trista4 Washoe at Gmail. That's the best one. And people always ask me, why am I running? And there's a lot of reasons why I'm running. When I started to run, it really was about a couple things. I lived out on Pyramid Highway. Everybody who lives out on Pyramid Highway or lives out on 395, you know that you're hoping for somebody to come in and figure out something to do. And I've had a lot of conversations with people over the last couple of years about that. And so that was one of the things that I started to run at. But as time goes by, you start to talk to people a lot about what matters to them, what they care about. And I always say there is a lot of things that a lot of us care about. I always talk about this bell curve, this middle of the bell curve, about 70-80% of us, we all really care about a lot of the same things. We want our kids to have schools that they feel safe in and that they feel seen in and that they feel like are good situations for them. And we want them to be able to have the options, maybe between private school or homeschool or charter school or public school, to make those decisions. And we want their families to be heavily involved with those decisions. And we want their families to be able to decide those decisions. So that's really one of the big things. My kids went through some Washoe County, some private, some charter. We had a really curated education plan for them because we thought that was going to be the best plan for them. And I feel like all parents should have those kinds of opportunities, and they should be respected in that. And so that's really one of the things I think, and that's something that whether you're a Democrat parent or you're a Republican parent, those are things that really matter to you regardless. And so some of the other things that matter, I feel like, to everybody is taxes. I mean, our budget just in Washoe County has gone up almost 50%. It was about $768,000 in 2019, and we're up to $1.2 billion. And that's a huge tax increase. And I'll tell you what, during the last session, my opponent, Natha Anderson, tried to introduce a bill to raise property taxes. And they don't call it raising, they call it resetting. And what that does...
Oh, fancy words.
Yeah, and so then nobody can say, "Oh, I've raised your taxes," right?
They think that will work.
I guess they think that'll work. I mean, and everybody knows, but then they can say this word, right? We didn't raise your taxes. And what I say is, whether you're Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. If you're trying to buy a home and you have a $500,000 budget, or you can pay a payment of $3,000 or $3,200 a month, and they reset your property tax, that's going to decline the value that you can buy your house by maybe $40,000-$60,000 overall.
It didn't work, did it?
No, so it wasn't successful. It has to be passed by a constitutional amendment, and so even if they were to get it on the ballot, it would have to pass twice. And so these are things that matter to Republicans. These are things that matter to Democrats. And the other thing that happens with this property tax raise is, right, like if you're a senior and you own your house, and say you pay $1,200 a year in property tax, and so your tax was $100 a month, but you want to go and you want to live in a different house or a one-story or something like that, you could probably pay for that house maybe if your house was paid off, right? But now you're going to have a $500 or $600 a month tax bill because they're going to reset your taxes, and so now it's going to make it unaffordable for seniors to move.
And that has happened. Historically,
that has happened. And it happens and one of the things that they talk about, I love listening to people, they say, well, we have a regressive tax policy. And what I say is, people are hoping to get to where Nevada is, right? I mean, there's Florida, a lot of these other states are hoping to get to the point where they can not charge, well, if it's a Republican government, that they cannot charge people to live so much in their paid off homes. These are their paid off homes. And we are trying to get away from that. And some of the justification is, we don't have state tax, we don't have, we have low taxes. This is true. We also have raised our budgets in Sparks-Reno and Washoe County to incredible levels in just a very short amount of time, with no real way to raise the revenue to meet those budget levels. And so that is a big problem. So I talk about education, I talk about taxes as they relate to what I call normal people. I always say too, 80% of us don't have lobbyists. Gosh, I wish there was like a normal person lobbyist. That'd be really nice. Like, who's the normal person lobbyist?
No, that would take away from the definition of lobbyist.
I know.
You're going to have a citizen lobbyist.
Yes.
But
yes.
They're frowned upon.
they are frowned upon. Yeah, they're not.
Not to mention disrespect. Yes.
And so taxes, education, that has specifically to do with housing, and then we talk about quality of life and development. Oh my gosh, like Pyramid Highway, 395, these, this incredible increase in traffic and accidents and safety and people not being able to do jobs sometimes in those, if you can't get people to, take groceries out there or do medical services out there because they can't get in and out. It's going to take them an hour and a half worth of time to get in and out of there. So we're not just talking about time that
Welcome to East California.
yeah. And so those things, I just would love, we have this thing called, it's like a traffic threshold, and I would love to see that traffic threshold raised. Like if you want to build houses, make sure that there's a road to support the traffic threshold.
And we need to let everyone know that in elections, assembly elections, Trista's election out there and 30, that whole environment is for everybody. When Trista votes in the legislature, she is not just voting for District 30, though. They are the citizens there are the ones that put you into office. Your vote goes to everybody.
Yes.
And I mean, Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada. And for some reason, everybody gets hiccuped on the fact that,
I can't vote for you because
she is your representative in the, no. She is everyone's representative. She is the district's representative. She knows the district because she lives there. And she can fight for those values that they need or the issues that they need. But the whole state is of concern when it comes to money issues and China coming in and all kinds of goodies.
And that is, I say that, I've been saying that for years and years. There's 42 assembly people, assembly members, assembly women, assemblymen, and there's only 15 Republicans. So really all that they can do right now is hope to stop or block a bad legislation. They can't do anything. So when everybody says, I can't help you because, I don't live in your district, you can help you can help me, you can help Veronica. We can help you because we are another of your voice that it bolsters, that vote and bolsters the hope that maybe we can keep taxes low and can not have property taxes raised and can have education that works for our kids. The other thing that Natha Anderson did, which is she's my opponent, the other thing that she did is she was one of 4 people who voted against the bipartisan education bill. And this was a massive bill that, almost everybody signed on to, and she did sign on to it. And so I just say, where does that leave families? Where does that leave kids who need a different situation? I mean, this is a big deal. And so we have to get somebody in there who cares about the middle of the bell curve, the most of us.
Well, so I've only been in Nevada about 49 and a half years.
Well, I've only been in Nevada about 49 and a half years also. But
what I have seen is we have the same questions year in and year out. Nobody seems to find a way to calm the waters, to clarify a question, whether it's water or electricity or building or housing for people who need housing. Businesses now have so many taxes and license. You were talking about we don't have a state income tax, but we have all sorts of licenses, fees, and other items that we charge to businesses who turn around and increase our costs when we use their facilities.
Small businesses, I mean, my husband he's been a small business owner and I manage that office, and we pay so many taxes. I wait until the very last minute. It's just this like thorn in my side to pay the personal property taxes. They're on items that I pay for, and I pay taxes on them every year for the last 12 years. And I just keep paying for them, and they're just like, and you have to list all the things that you buy in your office, and I despise this tax. And the other thing that we see is like, these small businesses, they need a lower set of regulations. They're small businesses also. 8% of small businesses, this is what the statistic is, they'll go out of business within the first 7 years. Those are people's own bank accounts. Those are people's own risk. Those are people's own dreams. Those are people's own families.
And sometimes their own house.
And sometimes their own house that they put up for collateral. And we make it so hard, and we make it harder all the time for small businesses to be in business and the navigation, just the navigation to try to understand where to go. There was actually, I think it was Stavros Anthony, he tried to do a small business kind of center or something when he was elected. And I think that would be a great idea because small businesses matter so much. They matter so much, and not just for the families who are having them, because I think the other statistic is like the first 2 or 3 years, I think they make like $7 an hour because they're working so many hours and they have so many jobs.
That's the lieutenant governor now, right?
Yes. Yes. The Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. These are important things that we need, but we also need a mechanism for them to have, to people to be able to have those and keep those businesses and be successful in those businesses.
Well, one of the things that's sort of interesting is that we keep putting out names for Trista Gomez at for Nevada or at something. I'm not sure everybody knows how to spell your Trista.
I know, my name is confusing to people for sure. So it's Trista for Washoe. So WASHO, but the number 4, so Trista4Washoe@gmail.com. That's the easiest one. That's the one I check all the time, all day long. I'll actually give you a phone number. You can call me.
Yeah.
775-772-7980. That,
Once more.
775-772-7980. And I'm not funded heavily. I mean, I'm not funded heavily at all, but I hope to be what I call resident funded and resident focused. This is so, I just feel like it's so important. And I would, if you have, I always say, just throw me the amount you're going to spend on your coffee today, donate at votetristagomez.com. So we can have one of us in office that really cares about the issues that we're living with every day and dealing with every day. And your donations in any amount, they just matter. They just so matter so much because we've got to have one of our voices in there.
How about both of them? We want both.
Well, one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that your opponent has plenty of money coming out,
So much money.
not just within Nevada, but outside of Nevada.
Outside of that, a lot of union money, a lot of other money. So yeah, you can look at all of our donations at ndsos.gov, and you can go to our contributions and expenses reports, and you can look at who's donated to us, and you can look at that for any candidate. And that's really important because if you're kind of wondering if people are matching what they're saying, look at who's donating to them, because that's who's influencing them, and that's going to be a really easy way, really transparent way also to just understand really what is mattering to them and who they're affiliating with and what's important to them.
That's true.
Well, one of the things too is, I don't know if you're familiar with all of this, but the legislature can do things that are really destructive of the state.
Yes.
And we had this in the last legislative session. Actually, I think it was in the special session, wasn't it? Over the Hollywood handout.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And it's like, well, why are we doing this?
Why are we-
What do we how do we benefit from
Right.
any of these things?
Right.
What do you think about these types of programs?
Well, anything like that where we're subsidizing people who have plenty of money, where you're asking young families or seniors or low and middle income earners to subsidize really millionaires at our expense, and for what? For like a couple jobs, a portion of the year, right? These aren't even long-lasting jobs. These are just a portion of the year. When there's a film, and I think when we're looking at subsidies for those, for those industries, for different businesses, for developers, I feel like we should be taking so much account on how is that affecting our populations that want to stay here with their families, want to live here with their families, and may not be able to because they're going to be priced out, or they're not going to be able to live here because of the taxes. I mean, we've got to keep, the one thing that we have in Nevada is we've got the low taxes. It's so important that we keep those low.
Here.
Here.
Does here mean you agree?
Anybody who carries a purse, has a wallet with money in it, that's guys in their back pocket and women on their shoulder, they don't want to keep that money. They don't want to give it up to somebody else. who is going to misuse it, abuse it, and not take care of business with it.
Yeah.
That's called being responsible for your dollars that the citizens have worked hard for.
Theoretically, we elect people to represent us, not to represent themselves or other people who have things that they want.
Well, we have
That
a
are not
serious problem
citizens
with
of the
that.
state.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
Okay,
we're good.
You wanna, give us your information once again, real quick.
sure. So my website is votetristagomez.com. You can contact me at Trista, the number 4 Washoe, so Trista4Washoe@gmail.com, or Trista@Trista4Washoe. I do have a more formal address. And then my phone number is 775-772-7980. And I'm a realtor, and so I'm on all the time. So I just answer texts all day.
Well, thank you very much for having joined us today.
Yeah, of course.
And I hope that Eric was having fun back there.
Eric always has fun.
He always has fun. Good luck to you,
Thank you.
and hopefully we'll see you back on later on so you can chat with folks again.
I would love to.
Very good.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank
Good
you,
day.
Jason.
I was going to say have a good weekend because that's what we used to say.
Yeah, not anymore, yeah. Have a nice dinner if you haven't had it yet.
That's where we're going.
Hey, Jared. Candidates are out pounding the pavement all the time.
Yes.
Morning, noon, and night.
That's
Got
right.
it.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, Randy,
What?
that's not your last name.
Are we going to break the boss? Okay, we will be right back with You Decide. Opinion program.
Had to let them out.
All right. Uh-oh.
What? What is it doing? What do you mean, maybe not?
Well, go ahead.
Oh,
I don't expect those things to ever go. You actually what they say they are.
oh, okay.
So. Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh. I have my book. Both of them.
No, but I have the chief,
Dog ears. He's read it so many times.
I know you wanted a little break at the bottom of the hour, that's why I kept, so, just so you know, when I'm saying like, let's go to break for 1 minute, it's right now, it's just whenever you go, it's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just, you talk out of it. So I'm gonna play a commercial between this song and one other song, and then we'll be right back. Okay. Just a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. Hmm?
Okay, I guess you feel better. You still used to spread them out and really.
Yeah. This
This is the way
All right. What? Right. Yeah, it's not good for that.
No.
Oh, well, I get used to it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your
Yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Another point. Okay.
Do you have Froggy one at Corton?
Uh,
Do you have Froggy one at Corton?
I don't.
Why do you want to put in heated right? Why do you want to put in heated right? Why do you want to put in heated right? Okay, what's your story? Yeah.
Hey, Jay? What is up there? Is that both the heater and then the?
Up above the window. Nice. We're trying to figure out how to do with the road.
You know, they want it right next to the power.
Oh,
I got that.
oh.
So I got that too. So,
Now you know you can.
When I, this is all goes down, I'll just send you guys and ready to go.
like, thank
You decide, oh, by the way, after the two words, you and decide, there's an exclamation point. Because we want you to make sure that you listen to all avenues and venues and come up with a decision of your
Yeah.
own.
Yeah.
That's the reason that Jane and Tom Tabor, you decide, bring in all sorts of folks. And one of those all sorts of folks, actually, he's really a great guy, is Professor and author Randall Lloyd, better known as Randy.
Yeah.
Hello, Randy.
Well, hello, Tom. Hello, Jane.
Hi.
You know, we usually bring in a myriad of subjects, all around the viability of the U.S. remaining to be the U.S. Oh, and a lot of things have been happening.
What a concept.
Oh, yeah. You know, we have the midterms coming up. We had a bunch of discussion about President Trump's July 16th speech. We're still kicking the SAVE Act around. Oh, speaking of the SAVE Act, there's another thing that if that doesn't get passed, we still have a shot in Nevada at basically the SAVE Act. Randy, that's question 7 on November 3rd. And I think we passed it 2 years ago, right? In 2024?
Right, yeah.
Or 2025?
It was a citizen initiated, and so that was on the ballot in 2 years ago, 2024. It has to do with voter ID, and that's question 7 on the ballot again this year. It's question 7 then, it's question 7 this time as well. And it has to be passed a second time and then goes into effect. And what it will mean is that we will show ID to vote. And if you vote by mail, you'll put certain information on your envelope, not on the ballot, but on the envelope, so that it can be verified, so that we know, have a higher idea of the integrity of the election itself. And we've been seeing a lot of questions about, we don't really know who's voting. Are they American citizens? Are they non-citizens? And we just found out today, for instance, that in New Jersey, they had hundreds of non-citizens who were registered to vote and about 400 who actually voted in that election.
Yeah, I think there were 278.
Is it racist to stop non-legal people from voting? Is that what you're saying, Jim?
What?
I was gonna say, that's what the Democrats think.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
well, yes, that's,
they don't think. Sorry, they do not think anymore.
I interrupted you, Jane.
Yeah, I'm not a good math person, so that was really nasty.
math.
Yes, numbers. 278,000 illegal people in 4 states they have found. That information, and the 4 states are, for now, there'll probably be more, California, New Jersey, Nevada. See, we're always first at the bad stuff and last at the good stuff. I digress. And the 4th one is Pennsylvania. There, okay.
But, you know, and the thing is that we don't know for certain, just because people are registered to vote, doesn't mean that they do vote, and if they do vote, do they actually change the outcome of an election? There's possibility for all of that,
Well,
but we don't have the integrity of the elections.
can we go back to the primary election
Yeah,
in June? There are more independents and nonpartisans registered than in either of the 2 major parties, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party. And yet only 9-point-something% of those people in that category came out and voted. They can control the city councils in all the cities here in Nevada. They can control the sheriff. They can control the judgeships. There was one, education. They can control every single education system in Nevada, and we have 17 of them, by the way, because we have county systems. So they have a great influence or capability of influence, and they don't exercise it.
What are we gonna do? How are we gonna explain to people how important they are?
Well, I mean, you're talking
And the
about,
vote is important.
you're talking about participation rates beyond the whole idea of.
Well, I mean, I-
Well, but you were talking about the fact you had so many people registered, but you didn't know if they all voted.
Well, we don't know, actually, we don't even know who is eligible to be registered. We know that we had the situation in Nevada, and we still have it to some extent. I don't know exactly where we sit now, but if you go to the DMV to get a driver's license or register your car or whatever it is, they fill out a form and register you to vote.
But now they're asking you, they asked us and we said decline. And we knew the paperwork was not included in that, nobody signed anything. I think they're aware that, people are starting to catch on to the fact that once upon a time they were Republican, then all of a sudden they're registered as a Democrat. They don't check, so they don't find out until they're there, or they're nonpartisan. You can't do that kind of stuff, and I think the DMV finally figured it out, that maybe they just better ask. It's such a simple little thing to ask, but a very important thing for that person who's sitting there in that seat making the answer.
Why don't we just take that requirement to vote or to register at the DMV, although it makes it easier for some people?
Take it away?
Yeah.
I'm for that.
Put it right back.
I'm for that. I think it's great.
Yeah, but, and one of the other things that I was getting at is that we did have the situation, we have, in Nevada now for a dozen years or whatever it is, where people who are in the country, who are not citizens, and even people who are here without permission, can get a driver's license.
Yes.
With the idea that they will then get, automobile insurance. So it's a safety issue. But the issue was, and of course we have now, they've made it no longer really a primary offense to not register your car, so you don't have to have insurance then either, because police can't pull you over for not having license plates.
What? Say that again.
You won't be pulled over. If you do not register your car, you will not be pulled over by a police officer for not having a license plate on your car. The legislature changed that a few years ago. So
Are they nuts?
yes, but this is why if you drive around and you see all of the cars, they don't have
Yeah,
license
they're missing
plates.
the front plate. We've seen
Well,
that.
it's not just the back plate. it's
The
the
back
back
plate.
Yes, and this is why we've also, by the way, had an increased incidence in hit and run accidents, because they don't have documentation, they don't have insurance, and people are, they do not, once they hit somebody, if they stop, they're in trouble, because the potential then is that their car is impounded, and it's all sorts of fines and whatever for the police to show up. So they just grab it. If they hit you on the street, they're gonna be gone. And this is why we see a lot more of these reports of hit and run incidents here in Nevada.
Is that the reason we see a whole bunch of abandoned cars around?
I don't know about abandoned cars, that's possibility part of it as well, but, of course, it is also somewhat expensive to register your car in Nevada. I know I have a neighbor who's been here for about 7 years, and he still has his Alaska license plates on his car,
And that's a serious no-no.
except he can't be pulled over for it. If he's pulled over for, speeding, then,
So a moving violation would alert the police.
yes,
But if they're just driving along minding their own business,
right,
and they've got an Alaska plate, or they don't have any plates at all,
right.
everybody just goes, what are we doing? How are we going to keep from crashing into each other at an intersection?
Well, personally, I never
Whole
drive
trial
anymore.
right there in the middle of the intersection?
Yeah, it needs to be changed, definitely, because it is, and by the way, one of the other problems that exists is Nevada has one of the highest automobile insurance rates in the country, and part of that reason is so many people don't get automobile insurance because they don't have registration on their cars, and so that means people who actually get
Do
insurance
have
has to pay the extra for all of the
People who
cars
don't.
without insurance.
Oh,
So
we're getting close
we
to
are
New York.
winding up with also, this is like the lowering or raising the threshold for shoplifting, which is why all of your deodorant now is behind glass in
Oh,
Walmart.
yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you, we're gonna get back to that, but I wanted, what you just said inspired me. Tonight, just before we left the house, they were giving a story on Steak and Shake, is that the? Steak and Shake, the people who are stealing from the soda fountain want everybody to boycott because now they can't steal from the soda fountain anymore.
I would boycott them.
What?
What Steak and Shake
Yeah.
is doing is giving, when you pay for your soda, they give you a little receipt and you put it in front of the receptacle and then you can refill your cup. If you don't have it,
You can't do
fill a
it.
cup.
And
And so the people who want to come in and just take sodas can no longer do that because they don't have a receipt.
What is the world coming to?
I don't know, but it was on national cable and I'm quite sure it's a true story.
Well, it sounds plausible.
No, of course.
I've heard in the Lord though, never seen.
Well, get ready, fasten your seatbelt. There's more to come on all of this, I'm sure. All right, so now we got the DMV all enmeshed. The police officers must be going out of their mind.
I think they have more time to spend at donut shops now because they don't actually have to do it.
They will take exception to that.
I know. Jane said it.
Well, somebody's got to represent them. Nobody else does. Gee,
But
poor guys,
yeah, I
gals.
was joking.
I know you were. Of course you were.
Uh,
Besides, they weren't jelly donuts.
you know. and it
But
doesn't-
that's donut shops, or are they part of our advertising group, Jelly Donuts?
Can we get on that?
I claim the fifth. I'm getting out of this right now.
But the other thing was, my point was, before we digress over automobile registrations, is that people who are not in this country legally and who could not vote legally were still registered to vote
Right.
at the DMV. And so we have an integrity problem with the elections in this state and certainly in this country. And we've seen this, and of course, there are people that say, oh, no, there's no problems. You don't have any people voting that they're not supposed to. And it's not always just that there are or there are not people who are registered that are not supposed to be, or voting that are not supposed to be. It creates a trust issue. And, you know, when people say, oh, well, Donald Trump said that the 2020 election was stolen without proof or without evidence. And, you know, I have to say, well, you don't know what the word evidence means then.
Well,
Because,
they are changing the dictionary.
well, they do that a lot. Evidence is not proof. Evidence is evidence.
Right. Everybody out there listening to this is pounding the pavement with, yes, yes,
And
yes, we
so
know that.
what you really have to say is that you don't have evidence that the 2020 election was not stolen by that logic. We don't know because everything is up in the air. If we do not have, the elections under control and the processes of elections, then we can't have a lot of confidence in that the outcome is as it is supposed to be.
So, what do we tell all of the people listening within the sound of our voice so they can tell their friends? In November, if you don't care about anything else, you get there for the question 7.
Question 7, voter ID. And this is the thing too, is that according to public opinion polling, 70 or 80% of Americans, 70, 80%
Actually,
of
the
Nevada.
last I saw was 83%.
Okay, so the vast majority of people in Nevada, in the United States, favor voter ID. Okay, and you have a whole, I don't know, it's like a couple of dozen things you could use for identification. It doesn't have to be a driver's license. It could be, you know, any sorts of military ID. It could be reservation ID, something. You know,
Or
all
it could
sorts of
just
things.
be a state ID.
It could be all sorts of things. And so it's not really a deterrent to voting. Most people have some form of ID. I mean, the Democrats require you to have an ID to get into their convention.
Yes, they do.
Right.
Here. That's fact, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just now hearing this for the first time, it is true. They
Yeah.
required ID to get into their convention.
So voter ID, question 7, is very important that people show up to vote for that, plus vote for the candidates. We have this issue, by the way, this fall is important because we do have congressional elections in this state that could determine whether or not Donald Trump is impeached repeatedly over the next 2 years. Because it's, by the way, it's probably a foregone conclusion that the Democrats will take control of the House of Representatives. It would be very low probability for the Republicans to maintain that. But we have governor race that's important. We have the Attorney General in the state. We have local
Secretary of State.
Secretary of States who would be in charge of elections and try to clean up the voter rolls, which the current Secretary of State is not interested in doing that much.
Has to now. The Secretary of State, Mullen, has indicated to all 4 states with the 278,000 illegals that they have to go in and clean up their rolls. And the letter went out last week.
Yeah, and they're working on all of that, and then there's the things like the mail-in ballots and all that need to be ironed out as well. But the thing with the voter IDs that are just really, of course, very disingenuous as well on the part of people who say, oh, it's going to disenfranchise people, is, do you know how many countries in the world require government-issued voter IDs to vote, including Mexico? You must have a government-issued photo ID to vote in Mexico. Same in Canada, same in every country in Europe, in the European Union. You must have ID and present it in order to vote. And that's just people we normally deal with. There's other countries all over the world as well. You've got to show your ID, who you are. And it's not difficult to do.
It is if you're trying to cheat.
Well, that's the thing, is this is all about facilitating fraud. I say, I don't know how much fraud occurs. All I know is that what they've done is they attempt to facilitate fraud. You got ballot harvesting that happened apparently in California, in the Los Angeles mayoral race, where they went out to homeless people and paid them to sign a ballot and all of those sorts of things. Now, that used to be illegal in Nevada. It is no longer illegal to ballot harvest in Nevada. This was one of those things that the legislature changed in 2020, along with going to the all mail-in ballots. And so, it made the elections very porous. We don't have control over who gets a ballot or who returns it.
We can repeal all that stuff, can we not?
It was done by legislation. It can be repealed if you have the people who want to do it in the legislature, but you've got to elect them. They must be elected this fall and get control. And it's not that far away from getting control of the Nevada legislature. It's not an easy task to do, but there is a way forward to put people in charge of the Nevada legislature who would be willing to clean up our elections. And it can be done very easily. Of course, you need to have a governor who's willing to sign the legislation to clean up our elections. So all of these
all of these guys get elected. I mean, don't they care? What if it swung the other way?
Well, they don't think about the future. They think about what they can do at the moment, And one of the things I think that's very ironic, by the way, it's progressives today, or self-proclaimed progressives, that are trying to make elections filled with potential for fraud. They're facilitating fraud. The progressives today, and the thing that I find ironic is it was progressives 100 years ago who went in to do things to clean up elections. We have voter registration today because progressives wanted clean elections. Now they don't want you to have registration because, I don't know, clean elections apparently are not important anymore. Just guessing, just an observation.
You're talking about progressives. You have 2 books, Randy. One is Progressive, Psycho-Progressivism, and the other one is Progressivism. and you're working on 2 more.
Yeah. I'm a workaholic,
You're a workaholic.
yes.
And you've been researching for about 12 years.
Not that long, 9 years. So,
So who's
One more
counting?
Democrat office, who's gonna have an extra cycle for this one.
Oh, we don't need any more of them.
yeah, there's a lot of.
I think we have a break coming up if I'm looking at Jay properly.
We absolutely do. Whenever you guys are ready, you just say we're gonna break.
Okay, we're
We'll
gonna go
go
to
to
break. We'll be back shortly. You decide.
Let's go.
Oh, he's not ready. All right. Yes.
What time is it? I have no.
7 o'clock, what are we gonna talk about? We got another hour.
Oh, don't you worry about that. We got lots to talk about. Especially when we get into the Democrat Socialists of America. We can start with Maine, we can go into Connecticut, we can go.
You bring us back in and bring us into that's it.
Okay. No. What do I do?
No, you need to ask me. You need to bring us in so that you can, bring me into it.
Oh,
Because I don't wanna be, looking like I'm just.
well, you're not a lump on a log, that's for sure.
Got this song, play 30-second commercial and what? Yeah, oh, okay. He's been around for quite a while. Yeah, he seemed really familiar. Did I ever interview you with John Potter?
No.
I did, okay.
He does, he is quite efficient in this election. The fifth state.
We've been researching this for 9 years. To write a book. And then every time that you find something you thought of interesting, but you don't know enough about, what the research that. Right. It takes them to 9 years. Right. These two books, but 2 more, they're coming up.
Well, one will be issued hopefully by the end of this year, but the other one, I think.
And then you've got another 2 more.
Yeah, but there's a 4 on progressivism, covered, including psycho-progressivism, which is today, what people are actually thinking about.
Are they on like Amazon books? And
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Okay, let's talk about all the places you guys perform. Barnes and Noble?
No, just one.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi. Do you think we steered the D&D enough?
Yeah.
Thank you for that little tickler on the D&D, a little license plate. We have problems within our neighborhood. The first thing they do when they pull this video is they do a license plate. But they still come
Can we get them?
and they, looking at the bin, and then
They're
they
stolen. They're stolen. Which is often the case. I don't know why people get stolen. Is that operative?
We haven't had one
They're
in
not
a
on the
year.
grass.
Something.
They look broken into sometimes if we put them.
Well, I mean, if they're stolen. But, that's, that was one of those things I was a little shocked to find out about. But that's why there's a proliferation of cars without any registration, right? No license plates. And they are more prone to get into hit and runs, including killing people.
Well, if they go into some other state, like California,
Yeah.
they're gonna get stopped.
I don't know if California, I don't know what California law is.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's in
yeah.
Nevada, it's probably in California.
We probably got it.
From them, it's disease that goes from west to east. So when can I give out the numbers?
Before we go further, I get blocked out using the numbers for your representative in Congress.
I could say I'll give them on the 23rd. Okay. Because, the system actually, it could be done, it could be done, but they're talking to us to do whatever.
Before you leave, on which of the books in your hand, just in front of the wall for a picture. Oh, okay.
Ready, set, go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to You Decide. Before we get going on another topic that's pretty near and dear to everybody's heart now, because we're all scared half to death, we're going to give out some phone numbers of your federal Congress people, the 2 senators and the 4 House of Representatives, because the SAVE Act is going to get, it may be piecemeal, it may be cut up, but Trump is not stopping on this, ladies and gentlemen, because it's so vitally important to the security of our nation, especially the security of our nation and of our voting. We have to have very secure and sterile voting abilities so that we know our vote counts and nobody is pretending to be us, which has happened here in Nevada, I believe, and a few other places. So let me give them to you right now. I hope you have pen and pencil. One of the things you need to know about our little program here is you need to have a pad of paper and a pencil nearby all the time because we say things that may be of interest to you and you need to remember them, right? Especially phone numbers. Okay, here we go. Masto in Washington, D.C., her number is 202-224-3542. In Nevada, Masto's number is 775-686-9750. Rosen, Washington, D.C., 202-224-6244. In Nevada, 775-337-0110. Okay, we have Congressional District 1, Dina Titus, Washington number 202, hopefully not for long, 202-225-5965. Her Las Vegas number is 702-220-9823. Congressional District 2 is Mark Amade, is Washington number, where did you go, Mark? 202-225-6155. His Reno number, 775-686. No, that ain't right. We'll just leave Amadei in Washington. I'll find it later on and give it to you. Susie Lee, Congressional District 3. Washington number 202-225-3252. Stephen Hortsford in Congressional District 4, 202-225-9894. What you are trying to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to explain to the representatives, if we have to again, 83% of our nation wants this. We want the protection. Amadei's Reno number is 775-686-5760. Oh, that's what I had. I don't know why I said. Okay, and also the leader of all this pack who doesn't want to have the SAFE Act for whatever reason is John Thune. His Washington number, Senator John Thune, is 202-224-2321. I want you to burn up the phone cords getting to these people and explain to them that what they're reading in the paper is true. We all want this. You're the representatives. You're supposed to represent us, and we want you to do this, whether you like it or not. And if it means that you lose your ability to be in office, too bad. At least we have a square election, and that's what we're looking for. Okay, now, moving on. We will
Thank you for that.
We're going to go to Dr. Lloyd over here, and we're going to talk about the Democrat Socialists of America. What a mouthful of garbage that is.
Yes.
So, commence, teacher.
Commence.
Tell us what we need to know.
The Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA. You've probably heard this if you've been paying attention to the news for the last number of months. We have now the DSA member is the mayor of New York City, and a whole bunch of candidates who are either DSA members or endorsed and backed by the DSA. Socialists is a kind name for them. They're not really socialists. Bernie Sanders has endorsed a whole bunch of Democratic Socialist candidates in Michigan and I don't know wherever else. So, and there are more and more of them who, by the way, they run as Democrats, and many of them now have been chosen in primary elections, defeated other Democrats, and including incumbent Democrats, so that we wind up with, coming in November, a lot of these people are in heavily Democratic districts, so we are going to have many more Democratic Socialists of America in Congress, in the House of Representatives. There's one in Michigan who is trying to be elected, so we might have one Democratic Socialist of America in the United States Senate. That's still in a primary phase, a primary election for the Democrats, but it is coming more and more. And one of the things that has occurred is that younger people today are becoming just absolutely enthralled by all of this idea of socialism.
Free stuff.
Free stuff is what they think it is. And the Democratic Socialists of America, and I find it very interesting that you have the news media, including some people who should know better, that they don't know what the Democratic Socialists of America are about. They call them socialists, or Donald Trump calls them communists. And Donald Trump is closer to the truth. The Democratic Socialists of America is an anarchist organization.
And what? Say that again?
Anarchist.
Okay.
Now, you may not understand the difference between socialism, communism, and anarchism. Most people don't. I refer to it as generically collectivism. And actually, I deal with this in my books about the three main forms of political regime ideology. in order to get away from all of this nonsense about what is a socialist, what is a communist, what is a conservative, what is a liberal, what is a fascist. You can't, those words are absolutely meaningless today to convey any source of information. So I've gone back to some simpler terminology, 3 words to cover the entire range of political ideologies in a very abstract level. And on the right, we call the people on the right, center, and left. And on the right is individualism.
Okay, I
And
like that.
the principle of that is the supremacy of the individual over the state. Popular government, in other words, that kind of idea, where the people are the rulers. That's individualism as the political ideology in an abstract concept. Now, this is the kind of thing people say, oh, the conservatives, and maybe that's conservative. It's like, well, yeah, sort of.
But isn't popular government being utilized to try and make sure that we have the popular vote, not the manner in which the United States does things, to make sure that all the states have something in the pie, but we would have maybe 6 or 8 states that would completely control the United States.
Oh, I'm not talking about democracy. I'm talking about the philosophy that the people are the governors.
Okay.
Not the practical aspects of this. This is the social contract, and that the people ultimately determine it, maybe through their representatives. And this country is not a democracy, it is a republic.
True.
And this is the kind of thing that, of course, people don't understand either. But if you think about that then, so you're looking at the supremacy of the individual. And this is one of those rare things that really is only a couple hundred years old in the history of the world. And it really occurred with the United States when it was founded. What is the most common form, abstract form of government is statism. And that happens to be, in the abstract philosophy, the supremacy of the state over the individual. That the state governs and the individuals are subjects, they are governed. So the elite who control the government itself tell people what to do. That's statism, and that is a centrist ideology. On the far left is collectivism. This is an abstract concept having to do with the idea that individuals become fused with the state and individuality is annihilated.
Is that like Clinton's book, It Takes a Village?
That is, that's part of it, and that is a collectivist concept, yes. And so when I say we're talking these 3 abstract ideologies, and then underneath of those you have all of the other mundane, everyday isms of socialism, communism, anarchism on the left. You have top conservatism on the right. But ultimately, if you get back to this abstract principled philosophy of government, those are 3, and it's very simple to keep track of them. You don't have to say, well, what is conservatism?
Well, isn't there a big difference between fascism, the title of fascism, and what it used to be and what it's turned out to be now?
Yes, fascism is actually a statist ideology. It is not a rightist ideology. And actually, I'm working on that on my next book and going into great detail about the development of fascism as a little f. The Italian fascist party was a capital F. And this is where we wound up with getting down the rabbit hole.
Mixed up.
Mixed up, plus the fact that you had collectivists and fascists who didn't want you to know that they were the fascists.
Well, doesn't that work really well though? If you mix everything up, then it keeps everyone confused, off balance,
Right.
and not really too clear what they think they understand when they were in the classroom, but when they leave,
Right.
they don't get it at all. And it's not their fault, it's just how the presentation is given to them.
Right, and it's been deliberately confusing. They've done this, the people who have redefined words have done this in order to confuse people, because if you can confuse them, you can control them more easily.
So we get confused by words, but the biggest problem we have is that if a word comes out, we have a definition for it, and the people pushing it at us have a different definition. Why do we pick up their definition and work with it?
Well, we certainly should not. It's like, I actually know what the word democracy means, so I want to save our democracy, and it's not what they want to save. Because
Oh, no, they want to destroy it.
yes, they're not really into saving democracy.
The theys. Now, we have to explain who the theys are.
The theys are the theys who say, we want to save our democracy.
That would be the Democrats.
Well, progressives in general, yeah, collectivists.
So, but if you are a Democrat and you are your grandfather's Democrat or your father's Democrat, what's going on now is scaring the heck out of you too.
There are many
So,
people who are, Democrats don't recognize what's going on with the Democrat Party.
well, they certainly ought to know that Mom Donnie, that a Democrat, as Trump calls them,
Yeah.
in New York is got a screw loose or several.
Well, he has a definite plan. And he's
Well, I think he
following.
should take his plan, his suitcase, and a ticket and get out of here.
Well, he's entitled to be here. He was probably duly elected. We don't know about the election.
But if he can't, if he cannot follow his oath of office, he needs to get out because he's not representing, he's not following his oath, he's not doing his job as it was dictated by the policies or the rules or the law of the state of New York.
Well, one of the things that's happened in the last 100 years anyway is that we're no longer trying to follow the Constitution or what's good for the
We're trying to
country.
change it.
There's a lot of agenda involved. And this is, for instance, what the Democratic Socialists of America, they have an agenda that is effectively anti-American. It is intended to undo everything of the founding era of individualism as well, what remains of it. And there's not a lot of individualism that really remains in this country.
So this
We
all-
are a statist country, by the way.
So this all comes about with the thought that the Constitution is a living document and should be changed.
That's part of the theory behind that, yeah.
Well, our founding fathers, did they not put something into the Constitution to prevent one of these idiot things? They don't want to have a Senate. And did not the founding fathers say, wait a second, there's a possibility? And they put a stopgap in there so they couldn't get rid of the Senate just by wrinkling their nose or saying abracadabra. You can't do that. So that one isn't going to be able to get done.
I wouldn't put it past them if they could, but,
That would be an amendment, and you'd end up with a parliament, right? Basically.
well, that's what they've asked for, is a parliamentary system of concentrated power in one spot. They're basically are wanting to, they want a king, just not Donald Trump.
Well, he doesn't want to be king. He wants to be president. And he wants to protect our country.
That sounds like George Washington.
Yeah.
Well,
But the point of all of this is to concentrate power so that there is no opposition. This is collectivism. This is the fusion of individuals with the state and the annihilation of individuality. This is the collective. If you've ever seen Star Trek and the Borg collective, that's this form of collectivism. There is no individual identity. There is no individual hopes or aspirations. It is only the collective as a single organism that is at the heart of their plans. And it's not realistic. It's actually quite delusional, or what some author I know would say, psychotic.
well, they seem really stuffy about the fact that they can get away with this and the rest of us be, you know what.
Well, because they've confused everybody, and people are sitting back and saying, "Well, I can't understand it, so I'm just going to watch the."
No, not the people that are out there listening to this.
No.
They have to be saying, oh my goodness, this is bad. This is bad for our family. This is bad for our community. This is bad for our state. This is bad for our nation. Come on, let's stop this. I just read off phone numbers of the federal elected people. Are they going along with this? I'll tell you what, Mastone and Rosen, if you do this, we're gonna fight really hard to kick your little butts right out of office.
Well, the
Maybe we
problem,
should do it this year.
but the problem that exists with all of that is now that you have the creeping takeover of the Democrat Party by the Democratic Socialists of America and others similarly oriented. And the people who you might have said before were somewhat common sense Democrats are now afraid. And they will not go against the grain. And so they're going to get in line with the Democratic Socialists of America and those people. And the
Why?
people-
Are you sure? Why? Yeah, why?
Because they are afraid that they cannot stay in office if they split the Democrat Party.
Office? If you don't have a country, you don't have an office, you dimwit.
But at least they still get paid.
Well, we can put a stop to that too.
Well, that's why you have to vote.
We pay them.
Yes, but if you, what you're saying is that we can do it, but if they're in charge and we're not, we can't do it.
Well, they shouldn't have to vote on their own raises either. And that, for that matter, neither should the state of Nevada's legislature be able to do that.
Yeah, so in any event, it's a matter of the reality of the on the ground and the politics and the power. And we can do these things if people understand they need to be done and they get up and they do them. But you have to understand where they are heading with this. And what they're doing is they're heading to the annihilation of individuality. The Democratic Socialists of America, as you mentioned, they just came out with this new platform, which is part anarchist and part communist. And some of it is right out of the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels.
Well, they have to do that because 50% of their board are communists.
Right, and the difference is, I mean, anarchism and communism are closely aligned. And the way I look at this, socialism, communism, and anarchism, the different theorists behind all of those things. And the United States is effectively a socialist country. But socialism is the state ownership of the productive property, factories and so forth, all right? That's socialism. And that's sort of mild. They're just taking the utilities away from the private sector. They're taking the factories away. They want, Bernie Sanders wants to own the artificial intelligence companies and so forth. So,
Well, then he'll be a billionaire. Then what is he going to yell about?
well, he needs another 3 houses, so mansions. He's only got 3 at the moment.
Why?
But that's the simple, that's the simple explanation for socialism as it is generally used and historically it's been all over the place. Communism is a little bit more extreme as it's developed in its meanings, in its typical usage, although once again, these terms are really meaningless, but if you're going to try and figure out what communism is, it's basically the state ownership of all property, your house, as well as your business.
They get your house by raising your property taxes to the point where you can't pay for it. So then you go into foreclosure and they come and they occupy it. Or they do an eminent domain and take it away from you. Or they just come up to your house, knock on the door and say, get out, this isn't your house anymore.
It's all of the above, any of the above, it's whatever that they have the authority or the power.
How
to
much
do.
time have we got before they do this?
They're doing it now in New York City. This
Well-
is why the rent controls, and they're trying to put landlords out of business so they can grab the apartment buildings and turn them into public housing.
57,000 apartments are empty in New York.
Yeah,
57,000.
wow.
When we came to Reno, that was 3/4 of the population of Reno, Nevada,
Yeah,
back in the 60s.
that was. They're working on this right now. It's not some pie in the sky in the future. They are actively trying to accomplish this right now.
People will say I'm crazy about what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But that
You're
knock
crazy
on-
about what you're.
Yes, I'm crazy because I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But that knock on the door may not be somebody saying, we're taking your house from you. It may be saying, hello, you've got 3 bedrooms and we have two families that are going to be joining you in your house.
Yeah, I mean, if they can do those things, then they will do them. If they are in charge, that will be what happens. That's why you have to make sure they're not in charge.
That's where we come to the vote, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. You have to know what's going
What else
on.
can we do?
And anarchism is the final form. If socialism is state ownership of the productive property, communism is the state ownership of all property. Anarchism is that there is no property. Okay?
Maybe, oh no, I'm not gonna say that.
And what happens is, this is where we get into this phrase. Have you ever heard the phrase, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need?
The Pilgrims tried that and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Half of them died the first winter, yes. So, this is the thing with the anarchists. Not only are individuals annihilated in their individuality, and all that remains is the collective, there is no property. And one of the things that they're doing, and when they say these things, defund the police, no prisons, what they're saying is that property is the only reason that you have police. Property is the only reason that you have prisons, because the government protects property. If you have no property, there is no need to protect property.
No need for government.
We don't have government. Government exists only to protect property, according to the anarchists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. We're going to hit a couple of more topics. I think we got a few more minutes to spend on this topic, but thank you, Randy, for bringing us up to date on all of that.
Really?
We'll talk to you on You Decide in a few minutes.
All right.
All right. So, who are the days that are gonna stop? Are you gonna say citizens are the ones that are gonna be?
We're going to do it under the existing rule of law, the existing system. Government, constitution. It has to be the citizens that do it.
Then you have, then you're gonna have to say.
If we get beyond.
We got about 5 minutes left on this, so I'm gonna run down back.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah.
If it gets beyond the ability of the vote to change things, we will have a civil war. And we will be set upon by every enemy in the world who will try to use that, including Europe,
They want the
Mexico,
property.
Canada.
They want the country.
They want control. I mean, Europe and Canada, Mexico are all statist countries, federally states. They are about, the people are subject. They're ruler. And this has been going, and the United States, before at least the 1930s, really was still an individualist country. The New Deal turned it into a statist country.
Do you think that the depression, the stock market crash, do you think that it sort of the COVID thing did it for us? I mean,
Oh, yeah, never let a crisis go to waste.
yeah.
Wasn't the stock market crash. That was nothing to do with the depression. But the depression, which was caused by the government and by the Federal Reserve, took advantage. And there was nobody willing to come in and do what needed to be done. Instead, it was Roosevelt who redeployed fascism. But he liked that. Yeah, they all loved fascism.
He also imbibed with the idea that Germany was a great country.
Sure. We all loved Germany, we all loved Italy, we all loved Stalin. They were all the progressives just loved that you could have a authoritarian country to accomplish your goals.
Chamberlain one of those two, a progressive, or was he just?
I don't know enough about Chamberlain. I think he was probably more socialist, because that would be in keeping with what happened in there was socialists well before we did. And the establishment of the Social Democratic Welfare State was part of that. So, I just hope that I'm making any sense.
You're making wonderful sense.
It's complicated, but I'm actually the next book is probably in that way.
I don't know that people are going to hold on to that term state and
Statism,
statism. You might have to
Statism.
resolve that.
I understand. I have to introduce that
Because your brain is
uh,
way up. You can use me as the happy idiot.
well, I mean, it comes through repetition.
Yeah. So are they methodically going to do or are they gonna just put it all together and just create chaos?
Hey guys, we'll be ready to go here in 15 seconds.
Okay, oh,
Yeah.
Time flies.
when you're having fun.
Welcome back on You Decide with an exclamation point. And when we left, Randy was talking about a bunch of things. And during the break, we kind of went a little further along on some things Jane brought up. So I'm sure that we will cover them as we move along, but can you pick up from where you left off for another 5 or 10 minutes? And then I would like to get into something that's on everybody's mind, which is the U.S.-Iran memo of understanding.
I don't understand that.
That's because it's a figment of your imagination.
There you go. Well, just to wrap up with the Democratic Socialists of America, one of the things that I think is going on with that group is that probably 90% of the adherents have no idea what the agenda is. They just like the slogans. And there's maybe 10% who really know what the plan is. And of course, none of them think it's going to end badly if they implement this. They believe that there will be a utopian society, and we'll all hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Has it never worked before?
No, and it's never actually been made, it's never been accomplished to that degree. Because, in fact, all of the supposedly communist societies are not communist, they are statist. Because they do not fuse the individuals with the states. They just annihilate them. And it is a hierarchical structure. In a genuine collectivism, it would be everyone was equal. In Cuba, everyone is not equal. In the Soviet Union, everyone was not equal. In China today, not everyone is equal. You know, it's that old Orwell, some people are more equal than others situation.
Yes.
And so it really hasn't worked. Now, there was a period in Russia after the Russian Revolution where you could say it was genuinely communist. It didn't last long. But the idea here is that most of the people in the Democratic Socialists of America don't know what the real agenda is. They're foot soldiers. They're, in the words of Lenin, useful idiots. And so it's about control without information and trying to confuse people who are not in favor of all of this so that they can be marginalized, isolated, frozen, and destroyed.
I have a question.
You do.
I do. So say that you get a Democrat socialist
I'll just let her know it's in the reorder or something like that.
into office.
You mean like in New York City?
Well, let's talk about Congress right now,
Okay.
because the elections are going for that, okay?
Right.
So let's say there's one of those
Okay, I guess they got kind of dispersed.
vermin that get elected into Congress because other vermin voted for him, or her. Is there something within the Constitution or the structure of our government or the structure of the Department of Justice that can say, you have violated the oath of the Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights of the United States, the amendments of the United States? You cannot be seated as a citizen dedicated to representing your constituency or the country to further democracy.
No.
There's nothing. The
There is nothing.
DOJ could have pulled.
No, you are allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. If you can get elected and you have eligibility otherwise through citizenship and age and other things.
Okay, so, all right. So if they take the oath of office and they violate their oath of office, is there some, do we have to go to Article 5 convention to get them out? Hey,
Article
hey,
5,
Randy, hey.
to get them out, Article 5 is to amend the Constitution.
We would, to get them out.
You would change the system. You would have to outlaw thought, and I don't think you want to go there. But your basic question is, does the oath of office regulate anything? No, it doesn't.
guess not.
The oath of office is between you and God.
Oh, well, they don't believe in that.
No, that's so they're free to do whatever they want. And so there's nothing to control what they do simply by taking the oath. It would be conduct that would be potentially disqualifying.
Sedition, maybe?
If there was sedition, yes, if they could prove sedition, but that's going to be hard to do. Treason, any of these sorts of things would potentially be damning. The other thing is you have to understand as well, which would be a matter of elections and getting more and more common sense people into Congress, is that Congress can expel their own members.
And can they refuse to seat somebody?
They can also refuse to seat somebody in the first place. So if they're elected in November, and come January, when they're going to take the oath of office, when the new Congress starts, Congress can say, sorry, we're not going to seat you. You're not going to be. But that's not going to happen. I'm sorry. You must be in the majority. You must control it. And
But what if we do?
You
What
would
if
have
things
to have-
don't go the way everybody thinks?
you would have to have, people, the elections
We'll
this
have a
November.
bunch of Republican senators and a bunch of Republican,
Well, wait a minute,
House
we're
of
talking about the
Representatives.
House first.
yeah.
Well, the House, there are certain other requirements that would have to happen. One of the things, of course, I would not expect that Republicans to be unanimous in their opposition. And the other thing is, it can't be simply, oh, I don't like you. The way that it's been done previously is that there's contested elections, problems with elections, and something like
You
that.
mean somebody contested an election before 2020?
Yes, absolutely. And matter of fact, back in the 1980s, all the Democrats decided not to seat the elected Republican in the House because it was contested. The election was contested. And there was nothing that the Republicans could do because the Democrats were in charge. So that's one thing, but that's not going to happen unless there's just something, obviously if between election day and January, somebody who's elected then goes out and robs a bank, and is convicted overnight, or gets out and confesses that they robbed the bank,
One of his high school girlfriends said something.
or something like that, you have to go through due process on these things. But, or if they find out that he's not eligible, or she is not eligible to hold the office, then they can refuse to seat this person. The alternative is after they are seated, then they can be removed by a vote of either the House or the Senate. But it's a large uphill climb to do it, because I think it's 2/3 vote to remove a person from their own body.
You don't think we'd have 2/3 in the House to
When
remove?
was the last time we had 2/3 in anything?
You have to have unanimity.
Well, I mean, no, the Democrats would vote too, because they don't want him in there.
That's not
Oh,
necessarily,
come on, Randy, give us some hope here, buddy.
yes.
Well,
I'm sorry, I am not delusional.
neither am I, but I just wanna, these are people that have never, maybe not heard the program before. They're probably going out to the Harry Carey right now. We want to come back in the house and
Well, I
relax,
mean,
because there is a happy ending.
the bottom line is just get out and vote.
Okay, all right, and we do that, we're gonna see the results. So,
There will be
Only
better
if
results
everybody
than if
votes.
we don't vote.
okay,
Every time you don't vote, consider that a vote for the opposition.
that's an easy one to remember, don't you think, ladies and gentlemen? I think so.
I mean, they didn't do this overnight. They've been working on it for decades. We start this November, we get voter ID. That's the first step.
First step. Question 7.
Yeah.
If you do nothing else, go out there and vote for
Hey,
that.
don't forget,
Pretty
though,
please.
Randy, one of the problems that we have with voting in Nevada is not everybody votes all the way down the ballot.
That's
And
good.
the propositions are at the end of the ballot.
Well, then you have to know that they're at the end of the ballot, and that's why you're there.
Do I get to tell everybody out there now, just because we're all really feeling so happy, that China has 220 million voter data information from the United States now? The burn bags in the closet. Yeah, 220 million.
Yeah.
They have that information, and their algorithms can change. That's why when you go, that little person down there in Las Vegas who went in to vote, and they said, "Oh, I'm sorry, you already voted." That's what they can do with that information. They change the algorithm.
Well, not necessarily just the Chinese, but any of those things. That's why I say it's a porous election system that we have, and the integrity is not very good. So that's why we start where we can start. Question 7 in November.
Okay,
Okay,
That's one thing. Then we get control of the legislature and do away with universal mail-in ballots and ballot harvesting.
so that means
How do
you
you
have
balance?
you have to get a new Secretary of State.
You have to get control of the legislature and have the governor who is willing to sign
Well,
on.
the Secretary of State seems to be able to make his own rules and regulations over the last few years.
Well, that's true. But, there are certainly some registrar of voters in the counties who are willing to.
well, we'll see what happens if he doesn't answer the letter from Secretary of State Mullen. Because if that happens, then there's gonna be a whole pile of, that's gonna be going on.
But the other thing is that he has no control over whether or not we have mail-in ballots. That's the legislature or ballot harvesting. So that's a different issue, really.
Guys, did you hear about Nicaragua?
They're not having elections any longer.
Daniel Ortega said 9 hours ago, the country will no longer hold elections whether they may challenge his rule.
That's right.
Sounds like a democratic socialist of America.
Yeah, come on, you Democrats. If you need help from Republicans, don't be shy. Ask us. We can help you. We're all in this together.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
But we do what?
Oh, we can change the locks on the doors and then we can have the discussion, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, helpsies! We need helpsies.
Anyway,
We've got about 10 minutes before we get to the end of the show, and I did want to cover this idea that the negotiations going on with Iran are not negotiations, because Iran's going to sign anything they want to and never abide by it. Most recent extension of that MOU, or Memo of Understanding, was violated by Iran 5 or 6 times before we got to where we are. They will never, ever do what they promised to do because it's against their basic political religion.
okay.
And the religion is political. They can do anything they want because Allah said so.
Remember, it is an Islamic republic. So Islam and government are the same.
Well, even in,
Yeah, but it's not religion the way the West understands religion to be, I guess is my point.
Right, well, the
It's-
West
it's
does not understand
violent.
religion at all.
It is violent. Calm down, Jim.
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, the idea that we've seen is that they are not going to follow through with any commitments because they don't believe in the commitments. For one thing, they don't have to follow through commitments to infidels.
that's right.
And so and they can lie to your face, and that is.
And
permitted.
anyone who's not of their religion is an infidel.
And sometimes also if you're not of their sect, that you're an infidel.
Oh, the Shiites, the Sunnis.
Shiites
the-
and Sunnis are the largest, probably close to 90%. Those are basically Saudi Arabia. The Iranians are mostly, the Islamic Iranians are mostly Shia. But Iran is actually a multi-religious country. So that
So why are they trying to bomb Saudi Arabia then?
they're trying to get them to tell the United States to go away.
Not gonna happen.
Well, it has happened. The Gulf states have told the United States, stop,
Um,
and then said, oh, maybe you should go back to doing it.
okay, so we have to hold on to our seats and
Yeah,
hope that doesn't
it's
reoccur.
it's a very complex situation over there. But with the situation of Iran, they're not going to follow through. They don't have to, and their religion allows them to talk to you directly, say to you, I'm going to do this, and lie about it when they tell you. It is not just permitted; it's expected under the religion to lie to infidels until you are in charge, and then you do whatever you want. So it's a dangerous situation to expect that anyone in Iran in charge is operating on the same frequency and wavelength that we do in the West. And for the last 47 years, Americans have not understood the difference in worldviews. They've been thinking for 47 years that the Iranians had the same motivations that we do about everything.
No,
Oh, no way.
Right, and that they have the same hopes and desires, and that's
No.
not the case,
No,
because
it
with the
isn't.
Mahdi sect in Iran, they want the world in flames, because that will bring about the end times, where the righteous are judged and the infidels are sent to hell. And so they can bring about the apocalypse, they can bring about the judgment, where they will be judged, they will go to heaven, and everybody else will go to the other place. And it's under their control to accomplish that. That's why they need nuclear weapons, because that will guarantee the return of the 12th Imam, the Mahdi, who hid down a well.
But we're bombing the wells.
Well, we're bombing some of the things, the desalinization. But the idea that we've had so many people in charge in the West, not just the United States, but the West in general, that they have completely miscalculated what the motivations are in Iran. Even though there are experts on Iran, they just have no idea. So,
Well, you have military experts too, but is the military doing the same thing?
well, the military's job is not to be diplomats and to figure out what the, what should
Oh,
be
they
done.
just want to bomb things.
They bomb things. And so, if you want a regime change, and by the way, that's another one of those words, regime, that is misused, and it just drives me nuts.
Okay,
What are you using it
why is
for?
it driving that?
Because a regime is not the leadership of a country. This is what they're talking about. A regime is a system of government that has the relationship between the governors and the governed. And you have to change the entire system of government to change the regime. We've already had a change of leadership that started the first day when 40 of them went to see their maker. So that was a change of a regime if you're talking about the leadership. But they have never changed the relationship between the governors and the governed, which is the actual political regime.
The governed being the folks
The governed being the people are hanging every day, yes.
for nothing.
So that's another one of my, that's one that really like fingernails on chalkboards when they use, and everybody's using this term regime change. And it's like,
Well, our audience, our listeners are smart and they're going to get it. And this is our first show and we're so excited to have you with us. Please, please, please vote. Please, please, please call your congressmen, senators, and
Don't
House
just
of
vote,
Representatives.
look into the subjects and the people and make a decision as to why you're voting in that
Yeah.
manner.
Please don't vote for somebody because they're cute. That'll make me cry. I don't want to see Jane cry. You vote for somebody who's got a brain and's going to work hard for you.
that sounds good. Maybe we should mention that people should vote. Yeah.
Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote.
We'll
So
see
anyway.
you next week
On
You
you
Decide,
just said, yes, and
6 p.m.
for people
Tuesday.
who are, by the way, confused about all of the things I just spouted out and the nonsense, and I just made that up, by the way.
No, you didn't.
You did not.
It's actually in my books, particularly the progressivism book, and it's available on Amazon. But I would not
Author is
recommend.
Randall Lloyd.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend anybody read it.
Oh, stop. He didn't. He did not. He's a very humble man and has written two very fine books. Maybe scary, but truthful. Keep you on your toes. Baby. We love you. Thank you for joining us first. And see you next Tuesday. 6 o'clock. Have your dinner, have your pen and pencil, and be ready. We're firing on all cylinders now.
That's fine.
Well, like I say, it's so much to kind of cover that maybe confuse people.
Well, they have to change the brain. No, I know. I certainly know.
Fighting into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the sacrifice we deeply appreciate.
That's just thinking of that. You didn't know.
That's what we do.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about sleep.
Oh,
That's good. I also talk to myself most of the time.
oh.
I lecture, but I haven't done that much.
Well, it's been killing.
right. Okay. Hey guys, that's your co-host? Alive. Good luck getting out of this place. Oh, really? It might have been. Like that's yeah, the I don't worry about it. He used to live out with them. Yeah, he did. Well, you guys enjoy yourself. Okay, thanks. Fill the airwaves. Tell your friends. Well, what is your show's name? It's Wide Open Talk. This particular show is only going to be about exotic bars, and then we're putting on the street cars. Typically, it'll just be guests like you. Yeah, so Wide Open Talk, and so after this show, we'll have sorority girls, we'll have, people that have a story behind, not just, it's not just, corner and market. Problem is, right, that's the easy one, they're all just spinning stuff. When you get this way, you guys out, all right, guys, capturing microphones on, if you button this with mic on, it's simply turn red when you touch it, so that will be when we go on here. Yours is right there. So when he goes to, I'll go on there, you don't hit mic on, if you look at that red light, it won't turn that on here. All right? That's what. Yeah. Don't all right, headphones on. When you talk, guys, when you talk like you're gonna fucking suck that mic off, okay? You're gonna have to do that. Breathe just from your mouth, all right? If you go like this, you go like this, it will pick you up, you sound way far away here. So for you, Sean, I would suggest you keep the mic. Because then when you start looking at the guys, the microphones. You know what I mean? No fucking and no shit. David has the third college shirt for the show. Nice. Anyway, but yeah, other than that, I will control everything in the other stuff from the other. Here, the other thing is just increase it. Yeah, what's the topic? Look back. So you're clear. You're gonna play the Washo. What's the name of the song you want to do? What's the name? Wall's name?
case theory, Paul Blaine. We're gonna put her on open. Hi Blaine, it's on her, you feel so good. You haven't met yet, you're such a good. Hi Blaine. So I'm gonna lay the phone down, say hi to Fidel.
Oh, wow, your profile picture on his phone is amazing.
Good, huh? This one's on the-
I'm glad you guys met. I'm here if you guys need anything.
Fidel's your guys' little cherub.
We're famous now, we're gonna be on the radio. Distinguished gentlemen.
Oh, so you have the stream going? Oh, I should know that. Because we're on YouTube. Okay, Blaine, you want to hang up since you have streaming, okay?
Whether you're a business or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etch gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimum.
Welcome to the first Wide Open Talk Show. I'm your host, Greg, and we are going to talk about all kinds of things. Tonight, we have a few guests in the studio. We've got Jay on the mic back there, hacking through our intro. We're going to get that nailed, though.
Well, I promise to you, if you start talking 30 seconds into it or on second one, it does not matter. I promise you.
And we've got Fidel
Hello, this is Fidel.
and David.
Hello, everybody, it's David.
And Sean down there at the end. This is Sean from KK.
Wow. Just appreciate
All right, so our show tonight is going to be about exotic cars, wide open rallies, and the Revan Roast party that's coming to the J Plaza on Saturday night at 6 o'clock. And we'll have details about that super special. I don't even want to call it a car show, really.
So I really want to ask you this. Why did you want to do a car show with exotics, not just where people look at them, but where they're actually doing something that they're meant to do?
Oh,
Let's start there.
well, hang on a second. So the cough button, when I push it, it makes me cough. I didn't get that.
It's okay, I'm coughing normally usually.
So we're going to cover that, but we need to give the listeners, all 6 of them, some context of what this is all about.
Context me up. Let's go.
Here we go. So, Wide Open Talk. What is that? It's going to be pretty much an open show. We're going to have different guests each week and different topics. Coming up, we're going to have Jerry Sample on, who's going to talk about women's and men's roles in relationships and how the traditional relationship is coming back into play, traditional roles. And then we also have a coroner's assistant that is a field worker, and she's going to come and share some of how she got into that and what she sees out there in the field. And if any young ladies want to follow in her footsteps, how they can do so, or Sean. And just a whole bunch of stuff like that. Everybody's got a story, so we're going to dig into various people's stories, and pretty much from all of northern Nevada and the Reno area. But for tonight, what we're going to discuss is a little bit about a company that exists here. And full transparency, I happen to own the company, but everybody that's here is a participant and typically key guys that help out a lot on the rallies that we do. And what it is it's called the Wide Open Rallies. And there's Instagram, so follow us on Instagram. There's also, of course, a website, and that's wideopenrallies.com. And then there's also a YouTube channel and Facebook page. And the YouTube channel has videos from the rallies as we travel with a full media group that follows us along the way, and then edit it up and put it up there for, everybody that's been on the rallies to have for preservation when times were good. So what we do is most people have higher end cars, sports cars of some sort. You can pretty much bring anything you want on the rally, and there's no pressure to go fast, or you just pick your speed.
Can you describe or define that word rally? Because I think it's common to us and not a lot of people know that.
Yeah, so a rally. So think of a rally of any type. It's a collection of people that generally have the same like-mindedness, and this happens to be cars. And so what we do is we will have a start location, and that's generally a party the night before, and that's typically at one of the sponsors' locations, and that's where the car will get completely graphic. For instance, the last one started at Porsche Marin, and they hosted it, and one of the sponsors bought all the food and drinks, and then another sponsor who makes a protective windshield covering put that on everyone's cars, so that was included in the price of the rally. And then the next morning, we'll have a big meeting, and there's very hardcore protocol on how this is all conducted, and that is how we move the cars around on the road, and if you're able to pass, and how you would pass someone. And again, it's not a race, so we don't really have that type of situation occurring. People self-stack where they feel comfortable with their speed versus the others in the group. And the funny thing is you can go to the start party, and you meet everybody, that you haven't met already on the WhatsApp chat. You get to know people there a few weeks before, and you kind of know where you sit, by way of what car you're driving and just who you are as a person. If you got somebody who's super relaxed and kicked back, he might be going with his wife, and they're into just the scenery of the whole thing. And then you have, the people that can't get out of their own way and still think they're 17, even though they're in their 60s, that exist at the front, and then everybody in between, right? So, you guys have been up on them. What do you think? Does that pretty much describe it?
Yeah, I'd say so. Going back to my first rally, I was nervous, didn't know anybody, but I stuck to the back and stayed in my lane where I felt comfortable. And throughout the process, I've now been on 5 rallies, and I'm kind of more mid-pack with the type of car that I have.
Yeah, so that's a good point. The other thing is you end up with people that are like-minded, and the areas we go to are very distant roads, twisty, very, very low traffic, if any at all, and you'll find yourself becoming a better driver, even in a civilian sense, when you're in your family car after you do this. And
And what I want to say too is not only can you have a car that you haven't really driven it to that limit, but you can, like we had a group of people that rented a car multiple times.
yeah, Sean, you should speak to the rally hack. You're the
Oh,
king
yeah.
of that. You're
Yeah.
the originator of that.
Well, actually, that idea came from one of the other participants. He said that had read a 911, and look, I think anybody out there looking at a $100,000 sports car, it is a big investment. You want to be able to drive the vehicle that you're going to be the most comfortable in. And driving the 911, Yeah, that is one hell of a car. Am I on mic? Can you guys hear me?
I was just letting him know we don't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now? Am I on? Check. Okay. Yeah. I'm on. Yeah, so, how I've been using the rally is just been by friends that, we were either roommates with or lost touch with just because of life progressing. One of my buddy Rob, he comes on the rallies every year. Him and Fidel have a burgeoning bromance going, which has been hilarious.
I do want to say really quick, your friend is one of the smartest guys I've ever known.
Oh,
He knows about like nuclear physics, and he can send a bomb to you know where. I probably can't even say too much about him. We could probably just say a space name on his real name. But those are the experiences that are so amazing on this rally. Not only can you like, okay, let's have a safe place that we can all learn how to drive our cars, but when it comes like you put the car away, it's like, all right, let's have some fun. Let's meet new people. And your best friend, dude, is a nut.
Yeah, Rob's a great guy. He's, I call him like ChatGPT before there was ChatGPT. You go from talking about Beavis and Butthead to who won the last Nobel Prize and whatever esoteric subject you can think of.
But
if I was
that-
ever
yeah.
on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, he's my call to go. But
That is the situation where I used to always say it's like, what does everybody have in common? We all want to go on this car drive and drive our cars hard out in the hills and stuff, but it's like standing up at baggage claim and just hey, attention, we're all here for the same reason. We're waiting for our bags. We should all be friends, and that's really what it is. So like on the last one, Roger. He engineered all the Tubes albums, and he was Johnny Montreux's best man at 3 of his weddings. And so it's just this crazy group of people you would never, ever in your life, it's like a condensed version of the most interesting people you would meet ever. And everybody comes away from this thing with the same comment. It's cars and the road and the food and the scenery and everything is fantastic. But it's really the people. And I never in a million years, when this all started years ago, I never even considered that would be something that is the currency. It really is. And there's life friendships that have formed here, and there's a lot of people that are super disappointed when somebody can't make, like Fidel's not going to make the next rally in August. And, there's quite a few people have just, been bummed out about that. So, I don't want to blow Fidel up too much, but,
Well, let's see if the price is right, maybe things can change.
the price is right. And you know what, that's something that I think we should mention here, Typically, a rally that's fairly priced is going to be about $1,000 a day, and that includes your food and your lodging and the routing and all the radios and just the whole gamut. And sometimes these come in a little lower. Sometimes they come in a little. Well, I don't think they're really coming any higher.
I do want to say the Gumball 3000, if that's like the pinnacle of rallies, that thing is over like quarter mil out there. But the price that you have it, I think is sufficient enough to deter people that aren't there for what they want, experiences and the driving, but not high enough so you don't get people that are just there to be influencers or at a different level that don't even know what car they're in. So I appreciate the price point that you're at because I think it's right.
Yeah, and you can leave it off. The interesting thing is we've had $3 million cars on there, and we've had cars that are $60,000, and it doesn't matter to anybody. You simply, when you're done with the day, you park in the designated spots. It's all blocked off for us in front of the hotels, and you walk away. Nobody cares what you drive. Nobody cares if you're the fast guy or you're the slow guy or whatever. It really is just this shared experience. And I often think back to bicycle racing where, everybody's in there getting everything together and it's a bunch of goofing around and, messing with your buddies. And then as you get closer, it gets a little quieter, a little more focused, and you want to make sure you got your bottles and food and whatever it is. And then it's quiet and you go out there and it's the most intense thing you've ever done for the next few hours. And then at the end, there's this collective sigh and the debriefing that naturally goes on, and then it just turns right back to screwball. And that is what these days are like, because there is a certain amount of stress. You're trying to stay with the car in front of you, or whatever it is that you're putting yourself through. You do come away with some stress from the middle of the day. And then at the end of the day, everybody gets together and has drinks and then has dinner, and it's just it's so loud, because everybody's talking about everything. So, and then you just repeat it the next day. And I've had at the end of, on Sunday, when we are at the last stop and everybody's dispersing in their own directions, we had women in tears. It was like the last day of high school, in tears, hugging each other, and people making sure they all have everybody's contact, and then the WhatsApp stays up, and people, go back and forth on the WhatsApp over the next few months. It just lays there. But it's a great event. And I mean, Sean, the further part about your hack, your rally hack, renting a car with Rob, and you guys splitting the cost of the rally. So you're cutting the whole thing down. You're cutting your drive time down in half, but you're making it so it's even more affordable than somebody who's just doing the standard deal of buying the rally and going on it and bringing a passenger or not.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if you've got a way to reconnect with friends and try to find an activity that you bond together with once a year, because life takes you in different directions, you can't connect with them as much as you want. This is the perfect type of situation. Rob and I, this was the second one that we went on, and it's a lot easier when you are splitting the drive days, because it allows, well, I think more so for Rob, to do the social aspect of the shenanigans him and Fidel get into at night. But
he's a weird dude, but he's awesome.
yeah, really
He's way too smart for us.
He's a savant. Like he's on another level when it comes to brain power. But it makes it a little bit easier if you're not spent driving every single day, as far as the workload it has on you to drive every single day and then come back and try to do the social aspect. Not to say that the drives are really that taxing, but I mean, you get to enjoy roads that you're never really going to be able to enjoy on a regular day.
And you can make it as taxing as you want.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it, right? Like you go ham, you can be in the front, you could like chill out and be in the back. So.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, like I pushed that 911 harder than the previous rallies, and something clicked for me. I finally kind of understood, like, oh, hey, I did not get into this turn at the right momentum, or I came out of it too slow, or hey, you went in too fast, now you don't have enough momentum going up the hill. And you just start picking up those nuances, and you start understanding how to really drive and really drive the car. It makes you a better driver.
Yeah, I love that. And I think something that is overlooked apart from the rally is like your friend, he connected with someone that was a similar field. We can't say his name.
Yeah.
We can't say what he does, but he's in that realm of like ballistic missiles and nuclear and.
Well, they're both engineers. They have that engineering mind, right?
Yeah, but who would have thought, right, that they would have met? Or you met a guy on the rally that had a conversation with Elon Musk before he was Elon Musk, and they turned him down, and they were trying to invest. He wanted them to invest in them. Like, that's so crazy. That it's not just cars; it's like these relationships that you can really tap into.
Not many people know he was Elon Musk. So
I don't think you know that conversation, but that story. You know that story?
No, I don't.
I forget his name. We won't say his name. He's part of the rally. When he was younger, he had a tech business. Semi-successful at the time. Elon Musk, before PayPal went up to him, was like, hey, I'm needing this money, funding to invest in my company. Something happened with his boss. I don't know what it was, the guy on the rally. And it wasn't because they didn't believe in his product. It was more of like, I don't like you. And that was the biggest loss. And such a good story, really, that he can tell forever. And now look at him. He's pushing on there.
I mean,
and who would have thought?
You want to do business with people that you like. So I mean, it's an interesting story, because what it shows is the great equalizers, all these vehicles, us driving them, but then there's people from so many different walks of life. business owners, people that work in, emergency services for state, county, city.
Yeah, different areas too, right?
Yeah,
California, Nevada, Utah,
Utah.
you name it.
Yeah, we've had, one guy as far as from Australia come twice. We had the third guy from Microsoft was one of them. Nobody knew. You know, it's funny that way, but that's good. That's the part. And so, you know, a lot of people come to think that, I'm not going to be fast enough, or my car's not capable enough, or it's not like that. You know, one of the things is with, you know, on the Instagram, the White Oak Rally's Instagram, you look at the advertisement for the next event or whatever, and you have to make that exciting. You have to make it eye-catching, but you also kind of put people in a position where they think it's all crazy and super fast, and it's not. It's just a group of people that are doing the deal. And where we go is so low populated, oftentimes, you know, you integrate with the people in the city because they love the cars, but they don't see that often, and they're all into what you're doing, and so there's a little passport to it, you know, because a lot of people, they just won't get off their own butts and do something, you know. It's like I'm waiting to die, or I don't know what they're waiting for. But you know, for me, I'm just trying to get through all the stuff that we're doing right now, and I can't wait till we start the cars and go on the rally in August. So the next rally, for anybody out there who's interested, is called Epico Strade, you know, Epic Roads, and it's Italian based, and it goes off the 26th of August is the start party, and that's at one of our sponsors, which is Adobe Road Winery, and they're down in Napa in Petaluma. And the story behind there and the synergistic connection to us is they have a complete racing line of wines, and the owner actually won 24 Hours of Le Mans and 24 Hours of Daytona. And those two winning cars are mounted to the wall, and there's a bunch of sims and the world's largest pizza oven, and you can pull the cars into the building and you can pull them out on the back deck overlooking the Petaluma River. So it's a no-brainer. And
I think I can't my phone from going.
yeah, I think
You
you
know,
should
about this, I know.
you know,
We've got quite a
like
lot
a short mic round.
Keep
but
feeding me this.
But anyway, and then we'll go, you know, for the 4 days after that up into the northern to the Emerald Triangle, and we'll end up one night in Ashland, Oregon. And Sean, who's a complete foodie, has set up all the food along the way. So,
You did?
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, it was to help Greg out to kind of help with some of the logistics. So I planned out all the hotels and then all the food locations. So it's
Dude, that's
I think
amazing.
I think we're gonna have a good time. I mean,
That's
you guys
a
all
big
know
lift.
me. I like to eat.
That's a big lift.
You can see if you can break your record as the,
so
person
that
signed up
leads us.
24 hours. See if you can beat that
4 hours
the last 12 hours before the rally starts.
And then, how much time do we have left?
Well, a little over half hour.
So I want to go through the rounds because I want people to really understand what type of cars are here. So I'm going to start with you, Greg, and go down the line. What was your favorite car at the last rally? And what was your favorite underdog?
You know, that's funny because these things all melt together so fast to me because there's been so many. You know, I really liked Matt's 296 Ferrari. That was a really cool car, and he drives his cars super hard, which they're meant to be. You know, you look at my car. I swear to God, Fidel, if you look at pictures of my car from the day I bought it and how it sits right now, and it's got 30,000 hard miles. Every time that car's gone out, it's hit red line. And it drives like the day I got it, and you could argue it even looks better now. But underdog car.
But I want to say something about your car really quick because I think you could say a lot by someone's car how they drive it when you look at the brakes. Because I think Porsche factory brakes on a GT3 are amazing as it is. You went full race. You went full race brakes.
Those red wheels turned black the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that's what I always look for is like how are they running? What brakes are they running? I'm like, that guy knows how to drive. want to be.
Or look at the edge of the tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the graining, yeah. But, I can't think of a deficit car that was on there. It's funny, in general, so I started out with the Lamborghini, and that was not my thing. The attention it attracted, the unwarranted attention, I hated it. And, just pulling up to the gas pump, you're a douchebag, or the kids want to take pictures, and, for me, I'll tell you this story. So, you guys have probably heard this, but when I was about 10 years old, I was with two of my friends, and there was a Ferrari in this parking lot near where I grew up. And we went up and we looked in the window. Our bikes were away, and we didn't touch the car. We were just looking in the window. We'd never seen anything like this. And in those days, you didn't see that stuff because it was just crap. $5,000 oil changes every time you drove it, it broke, and on and on. And so this guy came out, and he spoke to us. Back in those days, a kid never heard the F word, and he's like, get the F away from that car. It's worth more than all you kids. And I almost was crying on my bike when I rode away. So anyway, fast forward. I realized, oh, you can own a Lamborghini or Ferrari now, and you can drive the hell out of it, and they hold up. So I bought one, and I figured, oh, I'll just have it for the summer myself. And then I would know none of you guys if I didn't have a car or have gotten into this car yet. And so I vowed that car is going to be the kid's car. And I took a Mexican, I met this Mexican family one day, and the guy was telling me that he wanted to take his daughter, she wanted for her quinceañera to go to Las Vegas and rent a Lamborghini and drive in a Lamborghini. And so I took her. You have to give me there, 13 years old when you go to Quinceañera?
Yeah, my sisters, I've gone through too.
So here's my 13-year-old daughter, and take off. And we go off towards Somerset, and went loud. That car was really loud, and she took videos and stuff. But you have the ability to share these things and make somebody's day. Like on the last rally, you probably saw the video of those two little kids in Weaverville that got in the car, and I'm letting them sit in the car, and I'm like, well, let's start it up. And then the kid was 6 years old, and I'm like, lean forward and that pedal right there, push on it, just bounce your foot on it. And he's revving that car, and his sister's in the other seat. And the guy, I don't know if you saw this, but the guy that was friends with that family or knew the family, he was just kind of a guy by himself. Look over it, he's in full tears. He was just pouring. And so, it's not a look at me thing at all. Yeah. And it's if you can share it with people that are open to what we're doing, it's great.
Yeah.
And so that's all that Lamborghini was for. But then the 3RS runs circles around the Lamborghini and doesn't attract that unwarranted attention. The only people that know what that car is are the kids that have grown up with the video games that they all fought over having the GT3 RS, But it's a great car, and everybody kind of like Dave, what is your car? A Grand Wagoneer?
As you like to call the Grand Tour, with the back seat that it doesn't have.
But Dave's hunting for a new Porsche, and the reason I brought all that up is I've watched over the years all these different people that continue to come have gone from Lamborghinis and Ferraris or McLarens, and it's almost 80% Porsches.
Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah.
It's majority Porsches. I'm biased. I haven't drove one. I think they're very easy to drive because they're so capable.
Because they're always on your bumper.
I got to pass them once in a while on my BMW. But I want to say with Dave, with the car that you have in the slot, with what you have driven and still drive, and where I have seen you on last rallies to the one we did recently, I was like, who's that guy? He's freaking on my butt. So yeah, for you, like, how was that experience, but also the coolest car and like the underdog in your opinion?
So, from my experience, like I said, when I started the rallies, I started at the back. And after my first rally, Greg and I went in my car, went up one of the local routes, and Greg kind of showed me what to do. That winter, I was lucky enough to, my in-laws got me a track day down at, Thunderhill. And got some coaching, and just with all that, plus the driving that we've done on the rallies, I think I've gotten better to a point where I'm not like the tip top of what my car can do.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of people like yourself say that, especially after the last rally, dude, you're on it.
You were
And that
right.
felt really good.
Yeah, you were like almost scared the first rally.
Yeah, the first rally, I didn't know,
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody. I was just going out there on a whim by myself, and which should lead us into another thing with my daughter. We could talk about that. But I think one of my favorite cars on the rally, I'd have to say, was Dan's Lamborghini. And you know, you see people drive these Lamborghinis, and you see them. Sometimes they're going real fast down the street, down Virginia Street or whatever. But Dan can drive that car, and he drives it well. And to you, Fidel, I'd say you were kind of the underdog for me when I first saw you, because I didn't know what BMWs are capable of. And after the first time I saw you drive up there, I was like, Jesus, this guy can drive.
Total ball.
This guy can drive.
Sandbagging, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing is like the last rally, me and Dave were going at it. He had his Lamborghini, you know, what is that?
Dan's car?
Yeah,
The STO.
yeah, STO.
Yeah.
I got my little M2, and we're going at it, and then you know we have lunch, and he's like, he just turns over, kind of, he's like, so what is that? What do you have done to that thing? And that I just needed, because I was like, cool, like you understood.
Yeah.
And that's what's so cool. You're in your Jaguar,
Yeah.
and you're competing with people in Porsche GT3s and 911s and Ferraris and Lambos. And
Tell us about Scooter and that whole connection. That was like my dream to have my daughter go.
Yeah, so, you know, like I said, the first rally I wanted to go on by myself, just so I could kind of get the flow, see how things were, see what people were like, that sort of thing. And now she has been with me on 3 rallies, and the first time she went, she took to it. She loved it. She was my co-pilot. She was navigating, watching the map. She's
on the radio,
She
yeah.
was on the radio, responding to Greg, responding to other people. But she's just been on it, and she's become part of this family.
Totally.
And Greg's given her the nickname Scooter, and you know, it's to the point now where she's going to be helping work this event this weekend, the Rev and Rust, which I'm sure we'll talk more about later. But she's become, I would say, an integral part of Wide Open Rallies. She's going to be going off to college in a few weeks, so she's not going to be at the next rally, but you know, she's always going to be there with us.
But she started and didn't have her license, and now she's driving.
Yeah, now she's
You know.
driving. In the last rally, she was chasing Jerry's daughter in the Mercy up the coast. You know, the 2 daughters were driving the cars up the coast, and that just kind of goes to show that, you know, don't be scared about coming on a rally, because it doesn't matter where you are on the path.
And you're right about the family thing, because if there's ever any problem out there, everybody's there. And there's a sweep car, so nobody gets flushed out at the back. You know, cops can't come from behind. We've never had a problem. In fact, we know most of the CHP in the areas we go now, because we're coming through there and they know what we do, and that we're super, you know, when we get to town, it says 25 or 123, you know, and we're dumping a lot of money into these communities and stuff. And, you know, we had, I think one of the nicest dinners I had, simply because of what it was at the Elks Club.
Yeah, that was a
You
big
know.
surprise.
But hey, so I've got Jay over there at the board, just sweating, wiping his brow, and dude, you have got to take a break. So when we come back, we are going to talk about the Rev and Roast Party, the Rev and Roast Party at the J in downtown Reno, where the end of the night is going to culminate with these cars doing donuts and having a full competition before everybody. So we'll be right back.
Need some water. 01010.
Binary code.
01010.
Good job.
Yeah,
Sounds really good, guys.
Good.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
So we can't hear Sean in our headphones. That's what that was about. And everything's a little low.
Yeah, I noticed it. His is lower. I have his mic. Hold on.
So you're gonna play our bumper music coming back in from the top, right?
Um,
How much time do we have? I don't know where it's at. I'll go. Okay. It's in the back corner where the library is. Dave's gonna go with you to hold it. And no shaking, just hold it.
when we come back, I'll start playing.
So we will another break, right? Do we have a countdown anywhere? So can you give me like 5 hours or something? So if we give me like 10 minutes or five to go, so I can start wrapping things up. 15 minutes. Whatever. I'm talking to the Mexican, he's telling me that's what it is. It's so bad. He's ready for it. I don't know, I just texted her, but I didn't know she was in. Okay. Yeah, I can't get the thing is tightened up, brother. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, the guy's sticking in his face. Dude, I have no idea if I can make that, so that's gonna be tough, but maybe if we bring it, so we can leave it with you, someone has to pick it up or something. So we do it. Again. Right. It's, that's kind of a 15 minute. How long do we have? Okay. You want to just think down when I start talking and let it play with it? Okay. Pretty nice. Yeah, it couldn't say, oh, yeah, they didn't hear you with it. All right, and we are back with Wide Open Talk. I'm your host, Greg, and I've got Fidel, Dave, and Sean in the studio. And we're going to talk a little bit about something that's coming up very special in town this weekend, and that is the Rev and Roast. And what is the Rev and Roast? So I think I can safely say it's going to be a car show slash demonstration slash good time for everyone in about 90 degrees, which is unfortunate, but that's been the way the whole summer has gone. Right downtown on Saturday night, doors open at 6, and it is in the Glow Plaza just to the west side of the J Resort. So 6 o'clock Saturday night, doors open, and there will be an exotic car show all laid out with a bunch of special cars and some stuff for the kids. And there will be food trucks, and we will have a pig being roasted, and there will be a demonstration of PPF installers putting plastic protective film on the windshield of some select cars. And when the lights go down, we also have a DJ the whole time, but when the lights go down, there are 4 cars and 1 motorcycle, excuse me, that are going to start the demo, the exotic car demo. And what that is that's going to be a donut competition judged by the fans in the stands via a decibel meter. So we will have a GT3 RS, a Lamborghini STO, a Lamborghini Murcielago, which is a big 12-cylinder car, and what else? Oh, the new 750S that Jerry just got. And so those cars will make various passes after the motorcycle exhibit goes off. And we have a pretty unique deal with a guy named Jerry Sample who's in his 80s, and he was a friend of Evel Knievel's back in the day. And so he's going to do an old school motorcycle show for us. And he's guaranteed me that he is going to explode his rear tire doing burnouts on the bike. So it should be super fun for everybody, and it will be a completely unique experience versus Cars and Coffee with having the cars in the parking lot. And we also are going to have our own Jay Biggs on the mic doing all the master of ceremonies. So it should be a really fun time for everyone. And we still have a little bit of room if somebody out there has a special exotic car that we could probably slide you in. So contact us via wideopenrallies.com. You can also pick up your tickets to make it easier to pass through at wideopenrallies.com. So you guys are going to be there. I mean, what do you think of this? This is for sure a one-time event.
Yeah, I mean, leading up to it, it seems like there's, obviously a lot of planning on your part, and a lot of planning on the J Resort's part, and thanks to them for hosting that. It's going to be a blast.
So are you going to get out there with the Jaguar?
Rip some donuts?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah?
If we get Dave a sponsorship, Les Schwab, Discount Tire, Michelin, just let's get some donuts.
That's the problem with doing donuts in these cars. To put a new set of tires on my car is pushing $3,000 now, and that happens every season. Yeah. And it doesn't. It's funny because if you sit out there and you keep going, you'll start melting the tires when they get that hot, and then they go fast. But if you're doing a minute at a time, or if the cement's been cooled with some water or something, it'll last a lot longer. But Dan in the STO, who just sent me a picture of his second set of tires, he's showing up with 2 sets of tires. He bought a set of rims, and he got another set of tires, and so he's prepared to do his first run, blow the tires up or whatever. I don't know what he's planning. It's Dan, so you can't tell what he's ever planning.
Okay, what does an STO go for? 250, 300?
Probably pushing 325.
$325,000 Lamborghini, special Lamborghini. And he's like, I want to just blow the tires off.
Well, he's like, I'm going to win that $1,000.
Oh,
$1,000 prize.
All for $1,000 or $3,000.
Yeah,
That's so
$3,000. Well,
Right.
and the rims were $4,000 for the extra set of tires.
But in all honesty, though, like the more and more I think about this, like owning one of those cars, there's a lot of people that just garage them and babysit them. I mean, I've got we all know a well-known family here in Reno that's got a ton of Porsches, but that family races those cars.
Yeah.
And it's good to see people that actually take these cars out and actually drive them,
Yeah,
instead of babying them.
and it doesn't hurt them.
Yeah,
That's the thing. I mean, look at, on some of the rallies, some of the early rallies, we've been on some terrible roads. I mean, I would drive that Porsche to, an inch and a half off the ground. I would drive that thing on dirt roads for 30 miles. I mean, we didn't do that on a rally, but
There was a small section that we did that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was an off-road part of it, yeah, there was an off-road part of
But
it.
it was great.
I mean, there's a reason why I rent them. I drive the.
But it doesn't do anything
Keep 'em
to
up.
that's
Well,
my point.
I don't know if Enterprise likes when I do the cars, when I bring them back.
We should have said the name, that's the first draft that we did. But I want to say this really quick, Greg, is I think the last time there was a show like this, in terms of like, let's just shred the cars, like it's for the crowd, really.
Yeah,
Was when Conrad's Nights did their drift event.
yeah. I
This was
remember
like 5, 6, 7
Or
years
maybe,
ago.
maybe not that long
Yeah,
ago. I went
maybe
there,
4 or
yeah.
5 years ago. And it was amazing.
Yeah.
Because got a different type of crowd in, right? And unfortunately they stopped. I don't know for what reasons, but for you to just like, hey, let's not do a car show, let's do a car show plus this thing, I think was so.
And it's a no-brainer because it was completely born off of the post that were going around a few months ago, where somebody revved the car at a Cars and Coffee, and everybody was up in arms worrying they were going to lose the venue. And I do get that totally, but it's like, well, why don't we do this and do things with the cars that everybody wants to at Cars and Coffee, And so that's what we're going to do. And it's not an open competition for anybody to just show up. I think some people think that's the case, but this is a really controlled deal. Everybody's driving, are professional drivers, and they've done this before, and they're vetted, and, so that part's all taken care of. And the particular area that we have to do it in, I mean, people are going to be shocked. I mean, literally, you could put a little gazebo thing up there and get married in this area. It's that place is that nice.
Yeah.
Surrounded by artwork, and it's fully wrapped with fencing, and it's got the big shade covers, and it's a. I guess you could argue it's built for this, but
Yeah.
I don't even know if really the J really understands what we're doing.
And I appreciate the connection there with the J, because I think there's more to that than we all know, because the J, either owner or maybe
The owner.
sort of better than I do, they have a very car passion.
Yeah.
Tell us that.
He has, when you visit the J and you enter from 4th Street, which they're instrumental in revitalizing that area, that particular situation is all getting super, I mean, it's really nice. I wouldn't even hesitate to walk down and look at all the art they put along 4th Street, but when you walk in the new entrance off of 4th Street, to the right is a $3 million Lamborghini Revelto in glass. And that's one of the owner's cars from his collection. And so I don't know if this particular scenario is going to take place when it builds a new tower, or if it's going to take place with an existing floor, but they're going to make a big multi-purpose use room for rent, and it's going to have the majority of his collection all around the perimeter of the room. So we'll have our Christmas party there, and they'll be surrounded by 50 super cool cars, But you're right, the J has become a partner of ours, and they treat us fantastically, and everybody's very supportive of what we do, and we've started pre-rallies there for all the people from Utah and Vegas and Reno. Prior to us going to the official Saturday rally, we've gathered there, and they're super accommodating. There's food and coffee and drinks and stuff for everybody on the kickoff. So it's always nice to support those that support your interests.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
And Sean, you were instrumental in that, correct?
Yeah, Sean,
but
but
relationship. My degenerate gambling got us there, right?
Look up on VFD rooms.
Yeah.
Spent my 4th of July with this guy.
Yeah, that was a pretty good event.
Dude, that was the best view I think I've ever had.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you and your kid were able to come out and enjoy it. Dude, if anything, Jay, you got one smart kid. That kid's gonna like probably be working with the engineer with that we can't mention his name.
He's too smart to work with the FBI and CIA. Some of the stuff they did for a living.
Yeah, no, he's one really bright and really polite kid.
He is, you know what's crazy? And I was even joking with you when I said that top 1% tile of Washoe County, he literally is in the top 1% of the smart kids here. Yeah. I don't know, I can't attest anything other than his mom, she's Asian.
Yeah, because they're Asian, right? Yeah.
Sean, I mean, you would know.
Right.
I mean,
Is he Asian?
I mean, I saw your kid, and the first thing I'm like, oh, dude, he's smart. I already saw it in him. I'm like, oh yeah, he's got it. Okay, you know, the kids in class, if I try to sit next to him, copy off his, I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, when I was walking up to the suite, he was coming out, and he's like, I've never seen so many super old cheerleaders in my life.
Oh my God. No. It didn't happen.
Oh my God. So anyway, that's how it all came to be at the J, and you know, we have to be done by 10 because of noise ordinance.
And then we'll reiterate date, time, location, what it is, as fast as you can.
Yeah, how long do we have? 1 minute. So again, this weekend, Saturday night, doors open at 6 for the Rev and Roast, food trucks, DJ, exotic car display, and some other special funny cars. I think we're gonna have the Ghostbusters ambulance there. And about 8:30ish is going to start the demonstration show. And tickets are available on wideopenrallies.com, or you can buy they're $20, which isn't going to recoup what this thing is costing us, but it's
He's having a
all
heart attack just thinking about the money.
it's all
okay.
for
It's for
good
kids.
fun. And you know, Wide Open Rallies is a nonprofit organization, not by choice. I didn't check that box, but here we are. So anyway, tune in on Tuesday nights at 8 o'clock for Wide Open Talk. Next week, like I said, we're going to have Jerry Sample here, who's going to talk about men's roles and women's roles in modern day relationships. And he's actually really interesting and good guy. So thank you all for listening, and we'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. There's 3 parts of it. I mean, there's voice, there's instrumental version, and you know, we didn't really hear it. I think you had the phone like this instead of this. We only got to have part of the Washoe County thing, but whatever. Yeah. I think you hold it like that instead of like this. Yeah. When you moved it, then it was crystal clear. So, yeah. Like, all good. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah. You say that. We know you're good. Great job, guys. Okay. Yeah. First show? Yeah.
Dude, what are these things?
Roll all together. Oh. Yeah, just to keep you. Yeah, okay, so we told there's a gay show in the morning. Those have all been up at the host bar. You should wash your hands.
Oh, the mic is still on.
Yeah. You can't do shit. Now you wonder why.